Yes, all of you at the back. From the third row, 1, 2, 3. From the third row to the back, please just move this way. Here, yes, please, I beg you. Just move this way. Move from the second row. Take from the second row. From the second row, feel free, from the second row. From the second row, thank you. Now, those of you at the back this side, can you move forward from the second row, please? Just move forward from the second row, yes. Please, yes, sir. Please. Please. Those of you at the back, please, from the second row. Occupy from the second row, please. Thank you. Yes, please. Please go ahead. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. Just on the second row, yes, please go ahead. Those who are going to come later will just ease into that space without much distractions. What a wonderful audience you are. Thank you very much. So good morning. Welcome. As the world continues to move towards sustainable and clean energy, sound. It is important to continue to look at developments in the clean cooking space, which is where the local gas distribution, not just clean cooking anyway, whether it's gas to power, gas for CNG, gas for cooking, for agriculture and all, we need to have an efficient and sustainable infrastructure in place to help deepen access of gas utilization across the country. So welcome. Welcome to the 2025 Business Forum of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas on the theme Unlocking Opportunities in Nigeria Gas Distribution Value Chain, Challenges, Innovation, and the Path Forward. So what are those challenges inhibiting gas distribution in the country? What are the innovations that are being deployed to solve those problems? And of course, what plans are in place, whether from government or from associations like yours, to help Nigerians who do not have access to clean cooking, for instance, get that access. And when you go around the continent of Africa, it is no-brainer that many are still cooking with harmful fuels. We have a lot of our mothers and women end up in hospitals because of the kind of fuel that they use to cook. Sometimes they don't even know that is what is responsible. Some of them had to suffer loss of sight or damage to their eyes without knowing. So increasing access of clean cooking, for instance, is something that can help solve a lot of problems on the continent. And gas distribution plays a lot of role in increasing access. I was talking to a particular company CEO, chairman, as a matter of fact, and then he said where his business is situated in Lagos, he's been trying for the past 10 years to get gas to that facility for power. That will help him drop costs of operations and all. And for the last 10 years, they've not been successful at achieving that. I'm sure some of you know who I'm talking about here, right? So what innovative ways can help such companies that are situated in places where a lot of infrastructural, I don't want to say, when infrastructure development, yes, is inhibiting his access to gas. What can we do? And I'm believing that in the next couple of hours, some of our experts will be doing justice, to that. So welcome. My name is Richmond Osuji. Before I proceed this morning, I would first off do two things. That will be take the national anthem That will be followed. I want to believe that PTDF is on cue with their safety video. Do we have the safety video of PTDF on cue? Good. So let's just please rise for the national anthem, after which we'll take the safety video and then I'll carry on from there. The national anthem, please.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
God bless Republic of Nigeria. May be seated. Thank you. Safety video, please.
Technology Development Fund, Nigeria's premier agency for the development of capacity in the oil and gas industry. You are in Nigeria's premium conferencing and meeting venue for oil and gas workshops, seminars, exhibitions, and related events. While in the PTDF building, your safety is our priority, and we urge you to comply with all safety and emergency procedures. Do not use your phone while driving within the PTDF premises. Please observe the 20 km/h speed limit and take note of pedestrians within the PTDF vicinity. When coming into the building, it is important that you go through the safety scanners and also sign the visitors register. These are meant to increase the level of security in the building. While in the premises of the PTDF, ensure you wear your visitor's tag and take your belongings with you at all times. The restrooms are located along the main corridor of the ground floor. The female restroom is opposite the auditorium, the male restroom is opposite the canteen, and the restroom for persons with disabilities is opposite the lift. The PTDF building is an intelligent building, purpose-built with your safety in mind. The building is equipped with smoke and fire detectors that provide advance warning of an emergency. Please note that this building is fitted with surveillance cameras and it is a non-smoking facility. The huge corridor walkways, open concepts, and numerous exit points make for easy evacuation in the unlikely event of an emergency. Wherever you find yourself in the building, take some time to observe the exit points nearest to you, clearly identified by the green Walkman. In case of an emergency, please observe the following safety procedures. During an emergency, an alarm will go off and will sound continuously until the emergency situation is contained. Do not panic. Stay calm. Leave all your belongings and follow the direction leading to a safe evacuation from the building. Under no circumstances should you use the lift. Follow the safety evacuation signs and walk orderly to the muster point located beside the entrance gate post. Remain at the muster point until the emergency abates. You will not be allowed to go to the car park or drive out of the premises during an emergency. Do not re-enter the building unless you were told to do so by an HSE officer. Remember, safety is about information, but much more compliance. Have a safe time in the PTDF building.
Indeed, have a safe time in the PTDF building. Now, if you are a first timer to this auditorium and you saw in that video red chairs, don't be alarmed. There are no two auditoriums. It's the same one. They've only just refurbished them or renovated them recently. So I want to thank the PTDF for always opening their doors to the industry and maintaining this facility as excellently as possible. Let's please appreciate the PTDF for the round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Let me just add to all that has been said in that video, perhaps two things. First off is I would appeal to you to please turn your phones to silence and vibrations at this time. And while you do that as well, please take care, very important, take care of your personal belongings. Take care of your personal belongings. In this auditorium, I was standing here, I had announced the end of a session, I had called for family photograph for the speakers, and a speaker passed who had gone into the audience, gave his phone to a colleague of his, and the colleague wanted to greet someone. In a split second, a Samsung Ultra phone at the time, the latest version, and an iPhone of the latest version vanished. We found the person on the CCTV. The DSS team went to look for the person. What happened after Richmond Usuji can't tell. But you don't want that stress. Take care of your personal belongings. Very important. Let me also ask you to not put, should you be giving any kind of souvenirs like bags for this event, please do not put your personal... Mr. Gweke, just come all the way to the front. Feel free. Please come all the way to the front. Come all the way to the front, please. So, again, just an addition to all that has been said. Welcome to the 2025 Business Forum of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas. Let me just acknowledge some of our dignitaries who've joined us here this morning. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Chairman, House Committee on Gas, Honorable Nicholas Mutu, represented by his Deputy Chairman, Honorable Ahmed Aluko. Honorable, a very good morning to you. Totally, you're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. The Right Honorable Obogamek Berikwe Ekpo is the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources Gas. I'm told he is attending to some other national engagement in northeast or northwestern Nigeria, I think northwest. But he's sent to represent him here, a Deputy Director with the authority and NGPRA, and he's TA, Dr. Ebel Igege. Dr. Igege, very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. We're joined virtually by the SA Energy to the President, Mrs. Olu Arowolo Vahayan. We can please appreciate her with a warm applause, that's fine. The Executive Secretary of PTDF, the industry's foremost hosts of events in Abuja, Mr. Ahmed Galadima, I'm told is represented by the Nigerian Content and Industry Department, Industry Collaboration Department Head, Mr. Osman Pinda. I haven't seen Mr. Pinda here this morning, but we welcome. Please give them a round of applause in absentia. They're our host. Thank you very much. I'm told the ACE is represented by one of the EDs whom I haven't also seen this morning, so I will just carry on from there. Joining us virtually is also the Director, Decade of Gas Secretariat, and former PNGA, Mr. Ed Ubong. Very good morning to you. Please just a round of applause. He's not able to make it. He is out of the country and he's joined us virtually. We welcome you. And of course, the man who is leading the charge at this association today, and the Managing Director of Axela Distribution, Mr. Kende Alabi. Very good morning to you, Chairman. Thank you for the work that you do. We appreciate you. We're also joined this morning by sister associations. First off, let me acknowledge the Legal Counsel for NLNG and the President of the Nigerian Gas Association, Mr. Akachuku Mokedi. Good to see you, as always. We, of course, also joined by another sister association, NLCGA. We'd like to acknowledge Mr. Felix Ekundayo, the chairman of that association. Very good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. The managing director of Shell Nigeria Gas, Mr. Bobo, is not here. Representing Mr. Bobo is the SNG commercial manager, Ezoye Olotu. A very good morning to you and welcome. Ehizoye Olotu. Ehizoye, my apologies. Ehizoye Olotu. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Ehizoye Olotu, thank you for joining us. Of course, we also have the Deputy Managing Director of Falcon Corporation, first female president of the PNGA, one of our speakers this morning, Mrs. Audrey Jo Ezigbo, the leading lady of gas. Good morning to you, ma'am. It's always lovely to see you. I mentioned the name to come to the front. He's the Executive Director for Oil Producers Trade Section, OPTS, Mr. Gweke Ajefa. Very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining. Hey, Mr. Pinda. Good morning, sir. Mr. Pinda is here now. I mentioned your name earlier. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Pinda. Of course, I'd like to also oh yeah, I just did that. He's Ogiolotu. She gave me a thumb up. I said, so don't worry. We're good. We're good. Thank you, Tosin. Thank you very much. Okay, so moving on, I'd like to also acknowledge some of the board members who are here. I'm not sure all of them are here. I mean, of the association, of course, local distributors of gas. I know that Mr. Sumit Singh, the MD of Power Gas, is here. Him I have seen. Very good morning to you, Mr. Singh. Thank you very much. The Executive Vice President for Gas, Power, New Energies of NNPC is represented this morning. Okay. Represented here by the Managing Director of GACN, Mr. Chijoke Osoho. A very good morning to you and thank you for joining us as well. I haven't seen Olakunle Williams, Tetraco Energy MD. He's a board member, but we appreciate you. I'm sure he's going to join us or something. Yeah, he's coming. Okay, cool. Dr. Meko Kosa is not here. Apparently, I don't know someone is representing him. That's the GCE of Oil Serve. Olayemi Sola, COO of, I hope the name is Sola. I got it. Is he here? Olayemi Sola is here? Okay, he's not here. All right, thank you very much. Just wanted to acknowledge some of the board members, especially for those who might not know them. I'm told that the Presidential CNG Initiative, the director, Mr. Michael Oluwagbemi, is represented by Tosin Koka. Tosin, warm welcome to you, and thank you for joining us this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we also have the Nigerian entity that is leading the charge for floating LNG. We're having a brief conversation earlier about what role they would play for domestic gas distribution, and he said all of their LPG, when they're ready, would go domestic, and that is UTM, FNLNG, represented here by Dr. George Amara, their Director of Project and TS, Technical Services. Dr. Amara, very good morning to you, and thank you for joining us. Of course, there are many of you here who are CEOs of relevant industry companies. Plenty of you here are speakers from today, our moderators. I see all of you, but time is first spent, and I assure you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when we get to the part where they would speak, we'll tell you a little bit more about these individuals. I've seen Mr. Mafini there, one of our moderators. A warm welcome to you. You get to meet the other moderator and the other speakers shortly, but let me extend that warm welcome to all of you who've joined us as participants here physically and those who've joined us virtually. Virtually joining us as well is another sister association, if you give me a quick second, and that is the Virtual Gas Infrastructure Association of Nigeria. The president is online, and one of our speakers for later, Mr. Obani Nkaginieme. Mr. Obani Nkaginieme, very good morning to you. He's joined us live from Houston, where it's about 3 or 4 a.m. local time now. We thank him for making the sacrifice to join us as well. So welcome to all of you, our speakers. Welcome to our participants. Welcome to our friends from the press. We thank you for joining us this morning. Let me also not forget the Executive Secretary of ALDG, Adejo Giri. Mr. Giri, very good morning to you. Thank you for the work you do with the board in putting all of this together. A quick run through, I'm sure you have the agenda with you, but a quick run through as to what is going to happen following my opening formalities. It will be the welcome remarks by the chairman of the association. That would be followed by the minister's address and of course the special advisor, the ACE, if his representative is here, otherwise we'll move on. And then we'll move on to the goodwills from PTDF, the Decade of Gas, the House Committee, PNGA, NLCGA, and of course VGIAN. That would just push us swiftly into the very first panel on Decade of Gas. Our panelists, as I said, are here with our moderator. That will move us to a short tea break and bring us back to our second and final panel. And then we'll move on to the vote of thanks by the ES. We'll tell you our thank yous, and we'll move on from there to our respective destinations. Let me also thank the sponsors. Please give sponsors a round of applause who supported this event in one way, shape, or form. If it be the association, if it be companies, we appreciate you for putting your money in this conversation. I flew into Nigeria yesterday from Tanzania, and I observed something. In the 1 week I was there for a conference, not once did their power go off, Tanzania. And then I did this job between Dar es Salaam and Zanzibar. And then I looked at the two cities, I realized that probably might not be in terms of relevance as big as Lagos on the continent of Africa. But they are gradually solving a problem. And when you travel across Africa, many more countries are deepening the utilization for gas, for power, gas, for CNG. I saw a lot of vehicles powered by CNG in the same country. The question is, what are the challenges facing us? What is bedeviling us in deepening access to this all-important resource for our people and to make our place safer, cleaner, and our people more prosperous? Let the answers begin. First off is our chairman. Welcome the chairman of the association as he addresses us this morning to open this session. Please, a round of applause for the chairman of the association as he makes his way forward to address us, Mr. Kende Alabi, the MD of Axela Distribution Limited.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. For time, please permit me to stand on existing protocol. It's my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to the Association of Local Distributors of Gas Business Forum with the theme, Strengthening Nigeria's Gas Distribution Value Chain, Challenges, Innovation, and the Path Forward. Today's conversation is both timely and necessary because while Nigeria has long been known as an oil-rich nation, we are also home to over 209 trillion cubic feet of natural gas reserves, a huge resource with enormous potential. The natural gas resource, if fully harnessed, could become the engine of industrial growth, energy security, economic diversification. But the stark reality is less than a quarter of these reserves are currently being developed, and domestic gas supply lags far behind demand. We also continue to minimize gas flaring. In 2024 alone, we flared approximately 193 billion standard cubic feet of gas. This is energy quite literally burnt away. At the same time, global dynamics are shifting. The pressure to decarbonize is intensifying. The world is accelerating towards cleaner energy. Thus, gas is emerging not only as a development fuel, but as a transition fuel. So the question before us is not whether gas matters, but how we can fully unlock its potentials. To unlock that potential, we must confront a few harsh realities. Our aging gas infrastructure is increasingly insufficient to support our national gas penetration aspiration. It is worth noting and encouraging that the government has recognized this gap, and several large gas pipeline infrastructure projects are currently underway to open up the market and meet the huge underserved and unserved demand for natural gas, particularly across northern Nigeria. Regulatory clarity, though improved, under the Petroleum Industry Act still suffers from gaps in execution. Critically, we face a persistent human capital deficit, particularly in the technical and commercial skills required to build a modern gas economy. To move from ambition to action, we must focus on 5 key levers. 1, infrastructure expansion that connects supply to demand. 2, regulatory certainty that foster investor confidence. 3, market reforms that reflect commercial realities. 4, investment frameworks that improve project bankability. And lastly, capacity building that bridges our local skill gap and prepare us for the demand of a gas-led future. Countries like Egypt and Qatar have demonstrated what is possible with coordinated policy, public-private collaboration, and targeted investments. Nigeria can only lead if we act with urgency and intent. This forum is an opportunity to move the conversation from promise to performance, to explore how we can build a coherent, efficient, and competitive gas ecosystem, one that delivers value, not just producers, but to everyone, but to everyday Nigerians. I look forward to a rich discussion on the bold action we must take in policy, infrastructure, pricing, and skill development to turn our gas resources into real economic growth. I will end by saying that for most people in this room, your collective expertise and insights are vital to shaping the future of Nigeria's energy landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alabi, the CEO of Axela Distribution and the chairman of ALDG, stating quite powerfully there what must be done, what we should be looking at as an industry and as a government to go from potential to what is truly possible. Let's please give him another round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, moving on swiftly with that now, we go over now to remarks from the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources, Gas, the Right Honorable Bogeme Ekperikpe Ekpo, represented by Deputy Director at NNDPRA and his technical advisor. Let's welcome Dr. Abel Igege.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Also permit me to stand on established protocol. We all know the minister is very passionate about gas. He's supposed to be here, but he had to go, as the MC said, to Northeast Nigeria to commission a project. So he has asked me to represent him. I'll hereby be giving his speech. Good morning. It is with a sense of purpose that I join you in this pivotal business forum conveyed by the Association of Local Distributors of Gas. I commend the leadership and members of ALDG for organizing this important gathering in such a critical time in the evolution of Nigeria's gas sector. The theme of today's forum, Strengthening Nigeria's Gas Distribution Value Chain, Challenges, Innovation, and Path Forward, captures both the complexity of the issues we face and the urgency of collaborative action. This meeting is not just timely, it is essential. As you are aware, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is firmly committed to repositioning Nigeria's energy landscape through the Decade of Gas initiative. This commitment is not only about increasing gas production, but ensuring that gas becomes the bedrock of Nigeria's industrialization, energy security, and transition to cleaner fuels. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the vision is clear from gas to prosperity. To achieve this, a robust and reliable distribution value chain is not a luxury, it is a necessity. The local distribution segment is the connective tissue between policy ambition and real-world impact. You are the one who ensures that homes have clean cooking gas, that small businesses stay powered, and that industries get the energy they need to create jobs and generate value. However, I must acknowledge the significant headwinds you face in executing these vital mandates. These challenges include inadequate infrastructure and poor pipeline connectivity, regulatory and licensing delays, capital access and financing constraints, rising costs of logistics and transportation, market distortions and inconsistent pricing signals, security concerns in certain regions. These issues are not just operational, they are strategic. When the distribution chain is constrained, the entire gas ecosystem suffers. Despite these challenges, I'm inspired by the level of innovation and resilience that Nigerian gas distributors continue to demonstrate, from the deployment of mini LNG and CNG systems to the use of data analytics for demand forecasting, to the scaling up of LPG cylinder penetration in rural communities. You are hereby showing that local ingenuity can solve local problems. I want to assure you that the Ministry of Petroleum Resources stands ready to support you where applicable. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the path forward must be paved with three key pillars. One, policy stability. We are committed to providing clear, consistent, and investor-friendly gas policies that will enable you to plan long-term investment with confidence. Two, public-private collaboration. The gas value chain cannot succeed in silos. Your feedback, insights, and operational realities must shape the policies we design. The era of top-down policy formation is behind us. We must co-create solutions. Three, inclusive growth. We must ensure that our gas distribution strategy is inclusive, geographically, economically, and socially. No region, business size, or demographic group should be left behind in the gas revolution. As we deliberate today on the way forward, I urge us all to rise above our individual interests and consider the bigger picture. The strength of Nigeria's gas value chain lies not only in infrastructure and capital, but in trust, alignment, and vision. Let me close by reaffirming that this government sees you, the local distributors, not as intermediaries, but as frontline partners in delivering prosperity through gas. Together, let us strengthen this value chain. Let us transform challenges into opportunities. Let us move Nigeria from potentials to gas power. I thank you once again for the opportunity to address you, and I look forward to the outcome of this forum as a blueprint for deeper collaboration. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Dr. Igege. Speaking there on behalf of his Principal, the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Gas, the Right Honorable Bogome Peripe Eko. If we must achieve policy stability, then we should continue to have open conversations with those who make policy. I think the Honorable Minister has left the charge waiting for the outcome of this meeting. So we'll achieve this great feat of getting gas utilized for industrial development. Thank you very much. Let's please give him another round of applause. We are going to move from the Minister to now the essay on energy to the President. I'd like to yield the platform now virtually to Mrs. Olu Arolova-Hayen, who I'm told has, ready to talk to us virtually. Please proceed.
Distinguished stakeholders, industry leaders, colleagues, it is a pleasure to be here with you today, not just to speak, but to align on one of the most consequential opportunities for Nigeria's future: building a viable domestic gas market. We are no longer talking about potential. The numbers are well known. Nigeria holds 209 trillion cubic feet of proven gas, first in Africa, ninth globally. But what is less discussed and more urgent is what we are doing with those reserves. In 2024, only about 30% of produced gas in Nigeria was supplied into the domestic market, roughly 1.5 BCF per day. The rest was flared, reinjected, or exported. This falls far short of what is needed to power our homes, to drive our industries, and sustain inclusive economic growth. We are natural gas rich, yet energy poor. This is the paradox, and we are committed to resolving it under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We are actively implementing the Energy Transition Plan and our Gas for Growth initiative. Gas is central to these plans, not just for cleaner burning fuel, but as foundation for our industrialization, for energy access and energy security. It is how we power schools, energize SMEs, clean up our cooking fuels, and anchor our industrial clusters. But a plan is only as good as its execution. And execution requires confronting the structural bottlenecks that local distributors of gas face every day. Let's be clear, the future of Nigeria's gas economy will not be built in boardrooms or budget cycles alone. It will be built at the last mile, where distributors operate, where the risks are real and the outcomes are measurable. So what do we do? First, fixing the market signals. The gas to power value chain must be commercially viable. We are working to ensure transparent pricing, enforceable contracts, and improved liquidity mechanisms. This is not just about policy, it's about enabling bankable transactions that deliver real megawatts, real industrial output. Second, we are expanding industrial demand. We're shifting from isolated supply to cluster-based strategies, targeting special economic zones, agro-processing centers, and industrial parks, where demand is concentrated and stable. Growing gas consumption at these hubs will create stronger and a more resilient base for LPG investments. Third, de-risking infrastructure. Access to capital remains a constraint. It is why we operationalize the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund to provide catalytic funding and crowding private sector investments for pipelines, virtual LNG, virtual CNG, storage, and other critical last-mile assets. In parallel, we are engaging DFIs and commercial lenders to expand access to concessional and blended finance, particularly for smaller growth-burning LDGs. The fourth point is unlocking policy bottlenecks. We are harmonizing regulations, reducing bureaucratic drag, and aligning incentives across agencies. Through initiatives like the Presidential CNG Initiative and our Gas for Growth initiative, we are integrating energy access, affordability, and decarbonization into a unified delivery framework. Fifth point, we're driving consumer trust. Without safety, transparency, and consistent service, uptake will stall. That's why we're supporting public awareness campaigns and working with ALDG members to set and enforce quality standards that restore public confidence in gas as a primary fuel. But the most important shift is this. We no longer see government as the sole driver. This is a whole of economy mission. The role of local distributors is not peripheral, it is central. You are the front line of delivery. Your investments, your risks, your innovations, these are what will determine whether Nigeria's gas ambitions translate into economic transformation. So the message today is very simple. We're aligning the policy, we're unlocking the capital, we're addressing the bottlenecks, but we need you to scale. We need you to lead. We need you to deliver. Let me leave you with three priorities that we must pursue together. One, we must deploy scalable, decentralized infrastructure from mini LNG and CNG corridors to modular hubs and industrial clusters. Two, we must strengthen consumer engagement on pricing, safety, and value. Third, we must align with the energy transition plan so that every investment supports a coherent national outcome. Colleagues, this is more than a forum. It is a call to action. Let's build a domestic gas market that is not just viable, but one that is transformative. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Olu Arolova, High-End SA Energy, to the President, stating what they are doing and what we can all do together as an industry and government to advance the course of gas utilization in the country. Let's please give her another round of applause. Moving on from her, we are going over now to our host, our facility host, for their goodwill message this morning. On behalf of the Executive Secretary, Mr. Ahmed Galadima, I'd like to welcome his representative, the head of Nigerian Content and Industry Collaboration for this agency. Please welcome Mr. Usman Pinda as he talks to us on behalf of his principal.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I woke up this morning to be told that I'm coming to address a distinguished audience like yours. When I asked the executive secretary, sir, what am I supposed to do? He said, go and read my goodwill message. I said, can I just say, welcome to the PTDF, have a productive forum and go? He said, yes. After you have said that, read my speech. So I have said, welcome to the PTDF. We will have a productive outing. And now I'm going to go ahead to read this speech. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The Executive Secretary has gone to be with his boss, the Minister of State, Petroleum Gas, as his representative has informed us, and they're both unavoidably unavailable. And so this is the speech that the Executive Secretary would have read here. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the Petroleum Technology Development Fund for the important business forum organized by the Association of Local Distributors of Gas, the ALDG, which provides a vital platform for dialogue, innovation, and collaboration in advancing Nigeria's gas sector. I would like to welcome especially our boss, the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Gas, as represented, the special advisor who addressed us virtually, and all critical stakeholders here present for your presence at the PTDF. Welcome again, and we will hope that this outing will provide for us the forum to progress all the ideals that have been identified by the association. I must commend the Executive Secretary of the association, Mr. Yes, did I get it right? Adijo Ogiri. I hope I didn't mess up your name. Yes, thank you. Mr. Adijo Ogiri, and your team, the governing board, for organizing this timely and relevant forum. I extend our appreciation at the PTDF to all distinguished guests here present, stakeholders, shareholders, participants present, and I want to request that I respectfully stand on whatever else that I haven't mentioned as part of the existing protocol. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PTDF. The theme of this year's forum, Strengthening Nigeria's Gas Distribution Value Chain, Challenges, Innovation, and the Path Forward, could not have been more apt. It aligns closely with federal government's policy thrust on leveraging the gas sector for economic diversification and sustainable technological growth. The PTDF, therefore, in line with its statutory mandate, focuses on some of these areas. The first one, of course, is the human capital development, without which there would be nothing. I want to repeat, sir, without which there would be nothing. There would be no gas, there would be no Nothing. So human capital development is the strongest pillar of the PTDF. Institutional strengthening and development is the second pillar, and the innovation within the oil and gas sector, basically in the research sector, is the third area. As a key capacity building agency of government, the fund is therefore committed to forging productive partnerships with associations such as the ALDG to deliver industry-relevant training and workforce development initiatives. The usage of our facilities here is one of the means through which we also offer partnerships and collaborations with the industry, as we've done with several other associations here, perhaps, and not even here, but this is part of the things we've done. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I have been told to inform you to take this opportunity to reaffirm the PTDL's full alignment with the presidential initiative on the compressed natural gas initiative, which we view as a transformative opportunity to provide long-term economic benefits to Nigerians. PTDF remains actively engaged in supporting skills and technical capacity needed to realize this vision. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the PTDF is about capacity building. And wherever there is capacity, developed or undeveloped, tapped or untapped, the PTDF is involved. So let me welcome you all to the PTDF again, and to welcome further collaborations in the area of capacity building, not just in the gas sector, but in other spheres of the Nigerian oil and gas industry. We are open and we welcome collaborations in the gas sector. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PTDF. We wish you a very productive engagement. You're welcome to the PTDF again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Usman Pinda, in charge of industry, local content and industry collaboration for the PTDF, speaking there on behalf of his boss. Thank you. Let's please give the PTDF another round of applause. Thank you very much. So if part of the challenge in utilizing gas has anything to do with building capacity via training, PTDF says, don't worry. They'll cover that. Tell them the area it will be done, and then they'll provide it. So we can deploy the workforce to help the continuation of the utilization of this resource. Thank you very much, PTDF. We're moving on now from the PTDF to the Decade of Gas Secretariat, whose director is joining us virtually from the United Kingdom, Mr. Ed Ubong. Good morning. Mr. Ubong, can you please confirm you can hear me? Someone, I need a thumbs up if he is online. If he's not, we'll make progress. Yes.
Hi, Richmond. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can we see some of the code in London in your video?
No, I'm not. I've just stepped out of a different meeting, so I won't be able to do video.
No problem. We can hear you. Please go ahead. We can feel the code from your voice. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the well-established existing protocol. I think in the room I've seen the Honorable Minister well represented, the Chairman of LDG, the ES of LDG, my PNGA is in the room. Our Lady of Gas, I can see her somewhere in the room, but I think also in the room also is our PTDF, who is our host. So please, good morning. I welcome you to this LDG Business Forum. I think the LDG is a fast-growing group among the groups of industry professionals who come together to push a different cause across the gas value chain. We've seen the growth, and I sort of commend the work being done by the ES and all the members of the LDG. Today, I just want to sort of step through 5 pillars around the Decade of Gas program. And then please just permit me to sort of speak around gas supply, demand, infrastructure, economic principles, and capacity building. Around gas supply, I think there's a lot of work ongoing to ensure that we bring enough gas to the surface. Whether that gas is onshore, in shallow water, or in deep water. we are keen to see that Nigeria grows its gas supply by over 50%, hitting the 12 BCF a day mark by 2030, 2031, with over 50% of that volume going into the domestic market. To do this, of course, it means that we have to ensure that existing fields continue to supply gas, that gas being fled is adequately monetized, and of course, new projects are being carried out. On the new project side, we expect to see an investment of over $35 billion to bring about 20 projects going live. Some of that has already started. We would expect this quarter to see Asa North gas begin to flow. Ubeta FID was done last year. We're expecting to see HI FID also this year. But the gas that will be produced needs to go somewhere, and that is where we sort of talk about the demand. Of course, on the big side is the export market, where we're looking at NLNG and WAP. Trade 8 is ongoing. We expect that to be completed by 2028, thereabout, and field. WAP production has also increased, currently trending at about 140, 150 million scf a day. But there are also new demand projects that are being developed, both domestic and in the export market. We're looking at new GBI projects, fertilizer plants, small-scale LNG, new pipeline natural gas clusters are also being developed. Remember, during the year, the NMDPR, during last year, NMDPR issued licenses to some of the players in the room. That was just a reaffirmation of the fantastic work the PNG players are doing, and the need for them to sort of increase their cluster development, critical for developing the industrial zones that we need in country. But of course, the biggest consumption in the domestic market is always the power sector. And there we need to do a lot of work to unlock gas power. We need to find a resolution for issues around areas. We need to find a resolution around issues of solving beyond the gas power value chain and move forward towards the discos and the distribution companies. Because there's a lot of debt there. We need to find a sustainable mechanism to work that bit. The Decade of Gas, working with various stakeholders, including GSE and the SAT, beginning to sort of look at what solutions could be put in place to ensure that that sector works. That sector is critical to sort of trigger the sort of development we expect in the domestic market. Of course, we also talk about infrastructure. Where for Nigeria to be where it needs to be, over 25 billion needs to be deployed to build out pipeline infrastructure. Some of that are very local, very close to existing clusters. But some of them are also big lines. The AKK needs to be completed. The OB3 crossing needs to be completed by NMPC. We're looking at what to happen in connecting the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline, and of course, extending the WAPI line all the way to Morocco. Big projects will cost a lot of money, but it also requires a lot of work and time. Holding all of this together, of course, is a clear commercial structure that works, and that's around gas pricing. We need to be sure that the gas pricing, as currently announced by the regulator, works to ensure that gas comes to the surface. It also works to ensure that the customers can offtake that gas and make a profit of it. So quite a detailed work there going on around what's the right pricing methodology and pricing system that needs to be in place to ensure that this market actually works. On the export side, there's not a lot of concern because, of course, the end product is the international markets, which is very well, much more advanced than what we have in the domestic market. So we're looking at pricing, we're looking at the network code driven by the NMDPRA. And I think another area that needs to be sort of matured during the year is the issue around swaps, which would allow gas to be available and ensure the interconnectivity between the supply, export, and domestic market. All of this, of course, needs to be done by people. So capacity building is the final pillar of what we are doing. We're looking at associations such as this under the large umbrella of the NGA to continue to advocate for gas and to actively participate in the various programs being carried out by the federal government, whether it be PCNGI, whether it be the NDGI. I want to see more of the industry players participate because it's what gives credibility to these programs. ALDG members need to participate, NLCGA members need to participate, DGR members need to participate and take a stand and use these various intervention programs to drive the agenda for gas. The DOGS is actually a decade investment. We're looking at over 100 billion invested both from the private sector and the government. Over 50% of that amount will be invested by the private sector. But the government also needs to put in place over 40 billion in investments. Finally, one of the key things that I always ensure we don't forget about is how we ensure that more gas gets to homes, and it's around cleaner cooking and ensuring that more women and youths move away from firewood and use the cleaner LPG. And there, of course, we have the government's LPG program, which aims to ensure that over 1 million homes are migrated to cooking gas by 2030, about 250,000 a year. I mean, that work is ongoing. Program has been launched in 4 zones already. I think there are 3 zones remaining before we then go across each state. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there is enough gas for the domestic and the export market. Looking at the agenda, I see the right people in the room to continue the discussion around what we need to do. And I think as these conversations go on, I wish you successful deliberations. We will be looking at the ideas and recommendations that come out of this workshop so that we can also integrate into the wider national program that is ongoing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Director, Decade of Gas Initiative, Mr. Ed Ubong, speaking to us there on what they are doing and how they are galvanizing the entire industry to achieve all of our aspirations in using gas to industrialize our country. Thank you very much. Let's please give him another round of applause. And please, if it's too cold in London, let me know. I will text you some sun when it stops raining here. All right? Thank you very much. Moving on swiftly now. Regardless of whatever traction we are looking for, if we do not get legislative backing by way of laws that will make some of those things sacrosanct, we will just be floating in circles and struggling to achieve the kind of penetration that we're looking for. And that is the kind of importance that the National Assembly places on what we're discussing here. Hence, the Chairman, House Committee on Gas, has sent in his deputy to represent him this morning. So we're going to take that legislative oversight goodwill at this point as I welcome the Deputy Chairman of the House Committee on Gas, Honorable Ahmed Aluko.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I want to adopt the already established protocols respectively. I only want to add further that you bear with me. I'm just recuperating from an eye surgery, but because of the great importance attached to this forum, the National Assembly is in recess. I have to be called upon to come and give the position of the National Assembly. At the same time, encourage that we participate actively, because we just all came back from Beijing, where we witnessed the World Gas Conference, and I'm so happy to see that Nigeria is not even wasting time in ensuring that we move on in the right direction. So allow me to present the position of the National Assembly. Thank you very much. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before this honorable gathering on this occasion of maiden edition of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas Business Forum 2005. It is worthy of note to emphasize that the theme of this forum strengthening Nigeria's gas distribution value chain. That's challenges, innovations, and path forward is both timely, official, and appropriate. As we navigate the complexity of gas distribution, it is important that we address existing challenges with bold solutions, embrace innovations, and promote collaborations that we position Nigeria as a global leader in the gas economy. The role of natural gas is shaping the nation's economic future cannot be overemphasized. It is a critical driver of industrialization, energy security, and sustainable growth. And as such, it is quite expectant to strengthen the Nigeria's gas distribution value chain. This association, as a major stakeholder in the distribution value chain, is taking a right step in the right direction with this business forum. The challenges of gas distribution are quite enormous, but not insurmountable if we stakeholders will do the needful and play our part right. Consequently, as we engage in constructive dialogue today, we must recognize the immense potential with our gas distribution network and the opportunities it presents for investments, job creations, and innovations. Our collective responsibility is to build a resilient and efficient gas value chain that not only meets domestic demands, but also position Nigeria as a regional leader in energy solutions. The House Committee on Gas Resources remain committed to driving policies that expand the domestic gas market, attract investments in infrastructures, and enhance gas accessibility, affordability, and efficiency of gas distribution networks. Let me seize this opportunity to encourage all participants to contribute meaningfully, exchange ideas, and build partners that will drive long-term progress. I also wish to enjoin us all not only to put ideas on paper, but implement every solution preferred at this forum. Together, we can ensure a thriving gas sector deliver economic prosperity for us all. Thank you very much, and I hope you bear with me for my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ahmed Aluko, Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Gas. And thank you for accepting to come out of recess to represent the National Assembly on this occasion. Let's please give him another round of applause. Moving on from National Assembly, we're going to go over now to our next speaker. The Nigerian Gas Association has been at the vanguard of ensuring that the policies made for gas is one that enables business and not destroyed. And has also been ensuring collaboration amongst the stakeholders in the gas value chain. That collaboration is, of course, why they're here today, and we'll be listening to the President of the Nigerian Gas Association. Please welcome with me, Legal Counsel for Nigeria LNG.
Thank you, Richmond, for the warm introduction. And thank you for the invite. It's indeed an honor and pleasure to be here. Permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. Distinguished members of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas, ALDG, industry stakeholders, and esteemed participants, I bring greetings, goodwill of the Executive Council and the entire membership of the Nigerian Gas Association at this maiden edition of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas Business Forum 2025, with the theme Strengthening Nigeria's Gas Distribution, Value Chain, Challenges, Innovation, and a Path Forward. The gas sector in Nigeria holds immense potential, not only in meeting our domestic energy needs, but also as a catalyst for economic growth, decarbonization, and sustainability. As we continue to navigate the challenges in the gas distribution value chain, I think it is essential that we remain resolute and focused on innovative solutions that will drive progress and ensure the optimal utilization of our natural gas resources. The theme of this year's forum underscores the importance of collaboration among all stakeholders in the gas sector, particularly in addressing the challenges of infrastructure, regulatory frameworks, and market dynamics. It is through such collective efforts that we can achieve significant strides in strengthening Nigeria's gas distribution network, ensuring it's more resilient, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the nation. The Nigerian Gas Association, as the voice of the gas industry in Nigeria, remains fully committed to supporting the growth of the gas sector, fostering innovation, and promoting policy reforms that create an enabling environment for all stakeholders. We believe that collaboration between the ALDG and the NGA, along with other sister sector participants such as the NLCGA, VGIN, is pivotal to building a robust and sustainable gas industry. In closing, permit me to recognize and especially commend the efforts of the administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for the active and continuing efforts to prioritize gas as a primary enabler of Nigeria's sustainable development goals, and the Honorable Minister for State Petroleum Gas for leading that drive and providing the focus needed to address the challenges, ensuring innovation and a clear path forward for the gas sector to enable the unlocking of value. I congratulate the leadership of ALDG for organizing this important forum, and I'm confident that the discussions and deliberations today will contribute significantly to a more efficient, innovative, and sustainable gas distribution value chain in Nigeria. I really wish you all a successful and productive forum, and again, I bring you goodwill and wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akachukwu Mokedi, the PNGA and Legal Counsel for NLNG, with the goodwill from the Nigerian Gas Association. Let's please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Moving on, we're going over now to the Nigerian Liquefied and Compressed Gas Association, another collaborative partnership in the gas value chain. Welcome their president, Mr. Felix Ekundayo, for his goodwill.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Felix Ekundayo, as Richmond has so kindly mentioned. Following so many good speeches and scripts this morning, I have gone on a limb, and I will do mine unscripted. So the NLCGA is, or was formerly the Nigeria Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association. But it became clear when we visited regulatory bodies, ministers, stakeholders, that there was a proliferation of associations, because we would always be greeted with, so which association are you people again? Which gas? So it became clear that one, the conversations that we were having needed to be more centralized, and the our association also needed to grow to encompass other gases. So last year, we moved from being the NLPGA to being the Nigeria Liquefied and Compressed Gases Association, which now brings the umbrella of natural gas also within our domain. It is important for us in delivering this goodwill message to highlight two very important things. So when I discussed with our council members, one of the points was to state very clearly that, look, we need to harmonize the messaging that we give to the industry. We really do. And from this perspective, we have made it, under at least my own leadership and Olga's leadership and Aka's leadership, we have made it a point of aligning messaging to the industry. The SA Energy, in her statement, mentioned restoring public confidence in gas. Part of that restoration of public confidence in gas is that we don't give conflicting information. So we have worked together in many publications, in many communiques, to make sure that the messaging that we give out as different associations is consistent to promote the value chain for gas. My theme today, therefore, is really very simple in this goodwill message. One, safety, obviously, but the bedrock for safety is capacity building. That's been mentioned earlier. And the second is this issue of collaboration. On the safety side, I think it is important for us to focus on capacity building within the industry, because that is the only way to achieve the restoration of public confidence. We as NLCJ already have a faculty focusing on LPG, but moving into natural gas. NGA has a faculty that does natural gas, and ALDG has a faculty that it's trying to develop at the moment. We would like to see a better collaborative effort in collapsing or aligning these capacity building efforts, so that we can develop something that is close to the UK's gas safe. So in the UK, if you see any gas appliance, there's a yellow triangle on it and it says gas safe. You have to be a gas safe certified engineer in order to be able to install. Now, I dare say that that's not the case in Nigeria. You can ask any carpenter, any vulcanizer, can you install CNG? And the answer will be, Oga, I fit do am. All right? We want to move from that to a point where we actually have competent people delivering, maintaining, and installing systems so that the confidence in the public sector helps us to grow the gas market. So finally, my closing remarks in this will be to say we look forward to the theme of this year's ALDG conference, and we look forward to supporting you further in your advocacy and your efforts in promoting gas in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I'm sure at one time or another we've all seen that video where somebody was told to go and fix the electrical fault in the house, and when he was done, when he turns on the switch, the tap starts running. When he puts it off, the toilet flushes. So that is the kind of people we need to avoid in CNG and gas space in general. Mr. Kundayo says, and I agree with him. Really, if we achieve that level of standardization, it will really improve. I know someone who, until they passed 2 years ago, never used gas. Not because they couldn't afford it, for the fear of it going into flames. So we really need to do that. Thank you for that conversation. Let's please give him a round of applause. Thank you. All right, moving on swiftly to our final goodwill before our first panel, and it is from the Virtual Gas Infrastructure Association of Nigeria. The MD of Total Support is our speaker on this occasion. He's dialing in live from the early morning of Houston, Texas. Mr. Obani Nkaginieme, confirm you can hear me. Good morning.
Hello, Richmond. I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Can you please turn on your
Okay,
video
awesome.
and address us?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a big pleasure for me to send you this goodwill message. I'd actually like to just get into it. I'd like to re-emphasize what Felix just said about proliferation of associations. It's very critical that the messaging is clear, and it's important for us to all be aligned. Otherwise, you'll get a cacophony of messaging, which is unsafe. It will never lead to any good outcomes. So thanks for Felix for highlighting that. NGA remains the flagship organization for gas in Nigeria. VGN is basically an association of performing companies in the value chain. And we, from the get-go, decided to be a very quiet and very effective catalyst to basically jump on everybody's tail to do the right thing. And it's not easy to do, but it's very necessary. I'd also like to touch on something the minister mentioned, which is collaboration. Yes, as companies in the value chain, we may compete, but as a nation, we're going to have to achieve a whole lot more by collaborating. And by the way, by collaborating, we build a much, much bigger pie. And that is really what business wants to do big things, make good returns for our investors. So today is really epochal in the sense that it's bringing everybody under one roof. And today I encourage everyone to please air your views without fear or favor. And we will have a very good event today. On a final note, I want to harp on safety. It's in our colloquial habit to say this is a Nigerian way of doing things. However, in this business, there is no Nigerian way. Just like there is no Nigerian way of flying a 747, there's no Nigerian way of doing the gas business. The only way is to do it safely and professionally. And that's why it's important as we move forward to focus on serious-minded discussions. It's very easy to get lost in details. Today is really not for too much details. Today we're going to deal with high-level stuff, policy and implementation. If we are going to succeed in this, a lot of focus is required. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I think we should just dive into the presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obani Kagini. I'm a CEO of Total Support Group. Listening to yourself and Mr. Kundayo on the proliferation of associations, would it then be okay to say that since we're all in the same industry, we'll have one common umbrella that would already exist and have these other units as like working groups of one single umbrella? Just my thoughts. Remember, I'm not a professional, I'm just a talkative. Just my thoughts. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on now to the panel session without delay. I did say the panel session, tea break, panel session end. So if you have anywhere to go to today, we're assuring you we're going to be releasing you before you say Jack Robinson. Sometimes I wonder who that Jack Robinson is. So everybody just mentions his name in moments like this. Jack Robinson, who are you? Okay, so I'm going to go straight, as I said, now into the panel. Just a quick look here. There you go. Right. Okay. Let's begin the conversations. First off, I'd like to welcome to her seat on the podium one that has over 2 decades of extensive experience in the oil and gas industry. Excuse me. In the oil and gas industry, and currently is on secondment from the NNPC to GACN as his managing director. Please welcome Mr. Chijioke Uzoho, MD Gas Aggregator Company of Nigeria, to his seat on the podium. Yes, thank you very much. Joining him is one who is an accomplished energy leader and the very first female president of Nigerian Gas Association, one whom I prefer to refer to as a leading lady of gas, and rightly so, Deputy Managing Director of Falcon Corporation Limited. Welcome, Mrs. Audrijo Ezebo. Please to Chijioke's immediate left. Thank you. Yes, his immediate left. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, joining them, I'd like to welcome one who is a seasoned finance and business leader with over 2 decades of experience in financial services, power, and oil and gas. Currently, he's responsible for strengthening his company's position as a leading player in Nigeria's natural gas landscape and expanding the company's gas distribution service. He is Managing Director of Axela Gas Distribution and the Chairman of ALDG. Welcome, Mr. Kehinde Alabi. Please to Chijioke's right. Thank you very much. Okay, joining them is one who has a professional experience, a seasoned gas professional with more than 12 years of extensive experience in the energy, natural gas, and power specifications value chain, and of course has a past professional experience as a consultant in the energy decks of renowned service professional firms, Deloitte, Nigeria, and NNPC. He is currently founder and chief executive officer of Tetraco Energy Group. Welcome, Olakunle Williams. Kunle, please come this way. Thank you very much. There you go. Thank you very much. All righty. Joining them, though he's not here, he is Managing Director of Shell Nigeria Gas Limited, Mr. Ralph Bobo, who is represented by Gas Commercial Manager for SNG. Welcome, Ehizogie Olotu. Please, right there, to Chairman's right. Please, yes. Thank you very much. Okay, joining them, I'd like to welcome one who has over 28 years of experience in Nigeria's natural gas and energy sector with roles spanning sales, marketing, operations, procurement, and accounting. Currently, he is Executive Director, Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund. Welcome, Oluwole Adama. Is Oluwole here? Okay, Oluwole is not here. Let us move on then from him to the one who has the responsibility of driving the conversations for us this morning. She's a seasoned project finance specialist and manager, renowned for her expertise in project, due diligence, financial advisory, debt structuring, and successful debt raising and closed deals. Currently, she is the Senior Vice President of Infrastructure and Climate at Chapel Hill, Denham. You're coming all the way here. We're welcoming Mrs. Ifeoma Fini.
Okay, you know what?
Hello. Still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the session today, themed Unlocking Opportunities and Attracting Investments in Nigeria's Gas Distribution Value Chain. I'm very excited about this session and looking forward to the conversation. So according to the NUPRC, we know that in 2024, Nigeria produced about 2.5 trillion cubic feet of gas. But out of that, just under 27% was utilized domestically. And so if you check those figures, you can see that, there has been an improvement over the years, but there is still a lot of work to be done, and there's opportunity there. And so we know that to achieve this ambitious goals of the Decade of Gas agenda, we have to address a number of things that a lot of the speakers have said around infrastructure, around investments, around regulation. And so I have, today's conversation brings together leaders who are actually driving this agenda. And we're going to just be exploring, what is working, what are the gaps, and how we can really accelerate the investments into this gas value chain. And so let's dive in. I'd like to start with Mr. Chijoke. Yes. So NNPC plays a central role in advancing the Decade of Gas agenda. We know that as a policy enabler, as a commercial leader. So what key policy reforms or structural interventions is NNPC championing to catalyze private sector investments in Nigeria's gas sector? If you can just share your thoughts.
So first, we'll start from the key point, which is with regards to the massive support on Decade of Gas. As you know, Decade of Gas is a partnership between private sector and government. NNPC is at the forefront of leading that collaboration, ensuring that, just like Ed mentioned when he was speaking, the Honorable Minister mentioned when he was speaking, is ensuring that the vision is clear. So today we have a clear pathway and a clear vision towards leveraging our natural gas resources to economic development and national prosperity. Dialing down on that is our incredible absolute commitment to the implementation of the PIA. For us, we are providing massive support to the regulators towards ensuring that one, there's commercial discipline within the market, and that is a piece that almost everyone who has spoken to today has mentioned or had led to. Two, will be cost-reflective tariff. That has seemed to be a historic recurring conversation, noting that we can keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. And in terms of cost-reflecting tariff is ensuring that there is a handshake and global discussion around that so that we're not having silo conversations with regards to what really is cost-reflective tariff. The next will be third-party access, especially with enabling the network code, given that we can have all the gas resources in this world, but if that link between the upstream and deliverability to the market isn't optimized, we're not necessarily commercializing value for ourselves. We also bring in as an MPC our size and to provide leadership and to today own a narrative. So if you could recognize is that we're retuning for both agility and increased optimized value creation, both in terms of the type of projects we're putting out there and in terms of the collaborative partnership that we get into, ensuring that they are value-based. And for an MPC, we are beyond value-based, we are big in impact. Just like the minister alluded to, gas is not just a transition fuel, it's gas for national prosperity.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you. We heard some points there which have been touched on. Tariffs, regulation. We'll come back to you on those. I'd like to move to Madam Audrey. As an indigenous operator in gas infrastructure, where do you see the most immediate investment opportunities within Nigeria's gas domestic value chain? And what barriers do we need to address to unlock them?
All right, thank you, and good morning, everyone. So if my first question back to you is how much time do we have? Okay, so in terms of the immediate opportunities, first and foremost, I believe that there is still room for enhancement of the last mile distribution infrastructure. And this is whether we're talking about pipelines or we're talking about virtual pipeline technology. And this is because, as has been alluded to earlier, we need to really get gas across this country to be able to enable more productive activities across. So there's that. Secondly, we have to then be looking at things like central processing facilities, okay? That's very important, and we can do this in the smaller and medium scale ones so that we can reach the more underserved regions. Now, whether we like it or not, we know that, at least for Nigeria, the most stable and reliable baseload source for energy to power the power sector, so to speak, is gas. So we're talking gas to power. And I don't think that we have even begun to scratch the potentials where that is concerned, even though, of course, we know there are a lot of bottlenecks in that system. That said, Nigeria still needs more investment in the power sector. We need to look at things like the retail distribution infrastructure. So we have a lot of work that is going on in terms of CNG, PNG, virtual pipelines, the LPG space. How do we build more LPG retail outlets, the smaller LPG storage facilities? How do we scale that to make sure that penetration is achieved? I think that's key. As we're talking about CNG, there's also a lot of work that must go into building that last mile infrastructure. And I know kudos to those who are doing some work there already. Lastly, for time, I would say we have to also be looking at issues around domesticating some elements of this value chain. We should be able to some components, valves, meters, even pipes. There are some things that we should really be taking more seriously because they have impact in terms of the cost of our projects and even timing. I mean, if I have to do design, build, everything, my lead times have implications for my projects, right? So those are some of the things that we can be looking at very quickly. You talked about the barriers. Okay, this is always an industry conversation, and I would want to just kind of anchor it by saying that if we listen carefully, every single person who has spoken today, even the goodwill messages, have touched on what some of the issues are. There's policy issues, there's pricing issues, there's infrastructure issues, there's security issues. And I would also like to point out that in looking at the challenges to scaling, there are, beyond the industry-specific issues, there are macro issues as well. And I believe it was Ed who talked about this. Where is the market? So if you're trying to get me to put some billions of naira into the infrastructure, I'm also looking for the market at the end. So sometimes a bit of a chicken and egg because we also need people that have the capacity to, kind of forge ahead while waiting for the market to develop. And so that is interesting to look at. Yeah. Because of time, I can answer the financing question a little later.
Yes,
yeah?
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning these opportunities. We're going to come back to how we can actually now finance it because that's the aim of our panel. And also the barriers. We're going to go into detail on each of those with the panelists. Thank you so much. I'd like to move to Mr. Alabi. So from your perspective as a gas distributor and an industry advocate, because you're playing two roles now on this panel, what is the single most urgent bottleneck? So we've mentioned, so many. So what is the single bottleneck that, if resolved, could unlock large-scale investments across the domestic gas value chain?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll start by saying that there are a number of critical issues, and as Madam Audrey, mentioned in her response, I think we have quite a number of critical issues. But for the purpose of this discussion, I'll put my spotlights on financing. Gas sector is capital intensive, long gestation, and is exposed to regulatory and market risks. So we have limited access to long-term financing, and at low cost in this part of the world. And if you look at most of our commercial bank, the typical tenor is short-term. And apart from being short-term, the interest rate is on the high side. And that is not compatible with long gestation infrastructure projects. And without adequate, affordable, and accessible financing, even the commercially viable projects will stall. So on account of this, I think finance is a critical bottleneck. If you look at Nigeria today, I think Nigeria has one of the highest, Nigerian Central Bank has one of the highest interest rates among the developing countries with similar resources. For example, our MPR is 27.5%, and if you look at Uganda, it's 9.775%. In Indonesia, it's about 5.5%. In Mexico, it's about 8.5%. And even in South Africa, it's about 7.5%. So at MPR of 27.5%, that already goes to show that commercial lending rates will be hovering around 28 to 30%. So at that interest rate, I don't think that will be conducive for pipeline gas infrastructure projects. So for that reason, I would say financing is a major bottleneck, and if we're able to get financing right, I think there will be accelerated investment in the Nigerian gas value chain.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I think that's spot on. I always say that infrastructure projects, because I work across the infrastructure, not just gas, it does need local currency, low cost and long-term financing, and which is very key. So we'll come back and just talk around the experiences of the players here and how they've been able to raise this financing. I think that's going to be part of our session today. I'd like to move to Mr. Williams. Yes, so Tetraco has championed modular and decentralized gas infrastructure. Now, from your experience, what lessons, from your model can be scaled to close Nigeria's energy access gap, particularly in industrial zones and then rural corridors?
All right, so thank you. That's an interesting question. I want to start, first of all, just taking it from where the chairman stopped, and then use that to also answer your question. So I think the first thing you see is, like chairman mentioned, financing is a major challenge, but that comes from a couple of things. That comes from the risk perception, right? The market risk perception when it comes from an investment standpoint around our investment climate. And you see that one of the reasons why you have a huge high cost of finance is because we have not been able to sufficiently de-risk the market, challenges and constraints that we find within our environment that gives enough confidence for investors to say they want to put in funds at single digits. So I think that the critical problem to solve would be to find a way to integrate the value chain in a way that gives confidence and reduce fragmentation across that value chain, for investors to come in. But from my experience, from deploying our small-scale modular, systems, one thing I see is that there is important for us to solve the issue of markets, and I think that has been emphasized earlier from the earlier keynote speeches. We have a huge energy-hungry country, huge population that we should expect that should drive huge energy consumption.
But when we look at the effective market, which is the segment of market that's able to pay for the cost of energy, you see that is extremely very small, maybe about 25-30%. And then when you see how much that market has grown over the time, maybe about 1% on an annual basis, compared to a country like Egypt in North Africa that has grown 10% on an annual basis over the last 2 decades around energy consumption. So when we dimension it, we see that 2 things. Number one, if you want to increase energy for widespread energy access in the country, you want to get more gas to power, you want to get more gas to industries. And so one approach we've taken is to focus on seeing how we can become value chain players by not just supporting in providing auto gas to industries, but by also making investments with the industrial players themselves. So in one thing we are doing is creating energy parks such that we are located in very good proximity to industrial centers, and we're able to create cocktail of energy solutions for them, including gas supply, power supply, and of course other sort of utilities that they may require within that park. So I think that the way we have approached it is to become wholesale value chain players across that segment, such that we are collaborating effectively with the industrial guys, and we're trying to attract investment using cheaper sources of gas.
Okay, thank you. I think that's a great model. So we'll come back to that in detail. I'd like to move to Olotu, Mrs. Olotu, who's representing Mr. Adama from Shell, correct? Correct, okay. So Shell has a vantage point as a global operator with deep local ties. Now, how does it currently assess Nigeria's gas domestic sector in terms of investment readiness? And what are key levers to convert this into performance?
Thank you. I'm actually representing Mr. Ralph Bobo.
Okay.
So most of all the speakers who have spoken and most of the goodwill messages have actually touched on one form or the other of how we unlock and the levers. How do we view this sector as Shell? We actually believe that it's got immense potential, from just gas distribution across the country, industrial clusters, gas demand centers, to CNG, to auto gas, to LPG, to gas to power that Madam Audrey has also spoken about. The potential is immense. But then what are the levers? The levers are also the issues that we have, which we've touched on quite a number of them. Infrastructure. We need to invest in infrastructure to get the gas molecules right from the wells to the end consumer. And in this, we need to invest in developing gas. We need to invest in processing gas. We need to invest in gas transportation. We need to invest in pipelines that will take the gas from one end to the other. We also need to develop human capital. That is really important because that would help unlock all of the different areas that we've been looking at. We also need to address the demand and supply. And I believe that Conley touched on that, and we've touched on that a bit. Because without a viable demand, there's no supply. There is no incentive for gas development if we do not actually have that supply cluster. And in as much as the decade of gas has done a lot to improve gas understanding, utilization, there's still a lot that needs to be done to really drive the energy, to drive the demand for gas, to drive the hunger for gas in how we utilize it across all of our different lives in the country in order for that to be a catalyst. We're also looking at collaboration. Now, collaboration is really important. We can't do it alone. No single player can unlock this business, whether it's in financing, in whatever area that we look at. That is very important. Technology is also an important lever. Technology will drive the future. Innovations, automation, remote metering, data analysis, remote data gathering, all of this will drive our industry. And lastly, I would like to say, which everyone else has said, but it's really important, a very stable regulatory and fiscal environment. Now, the PIA has given us a lot. There's been a lot of regulations, a lot of gains, an area of innovations, but we really need to ensure that we consolidate this. We need to ensure that the administration of the law, we need to ensure that the implementation of the law is such that it delivers on all of the wonderful things that it has promised us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause. I think this round of questioning was to provide an overview of what we're discussing. You know, and we've touched on a number of points: infrastructure, regulatory frameworks, demand, technology. So I'd like my panelists to just go into some of these areas now, and I'd like to start with Mr. Chijioke again, really around the projects. Now, so the Gas and Power Investment Services, I think that's one of the subsidiaries of the NNPC now, is positioned as a driver of strategic investment across the gas value chain. Now, what are the flagship projects or investment platforms or strategies that are currently open to private participation, particularly in the midstream and downstream segment? So if you just touch on what's going on in that area.
Okay, so thanks. So to start, first, you're starting with me because I'm wearing white, but that's fine. So I think that in your last narrative, you mentioned something that's quite very important. I think it's also interesting that we're having this conversation here on this platform. It will resonate across board. So the question is, where is the market? So we are speaking about the resource base and how we need to commercialize it. Some of us have been in this market for over a decade, right? And we find out that the prospects on paper do not pan out the way they are on paper on ground. And the big question is, where is the market? And that ties to my earlier narrative, my earlier submission that as an NPC, we're trying to tune our own narrative, right? That's what we're doing with NGPS. With NGPS, we're trying to debottleneck market, and we're trying to do massive market creation. We understand that the market tomorrow, yes, upstream it's gas, but the market tomorrow isn't gas. It's electrons, it's commodity. So in doing that, in NGPS, I've gone into broad-based partnership towards making sure that we're creating the right market. First, power. Today, we're scaling the power base for NNPC. In the next 2 to 5 years, NNPC will be the biggest power base in country. But then, today, we have a power sector that is currently straddled with multiple challenges, especially liquidity issues. So the question is, if we're then incentivizing investment in power, how are we doing it differently? So we're learning from the past experience, we're learning from existing experience, we're working with the likes of McKinsey to find innovative and homegrown solutions towards making sure that we're adapting better and we're optimizing our value in terms of power generation. Power generation will still accrue to a larger percentage of gas utilization in country, whether it's Nigeria or regional. To that extent, we're better strapping generation, ensuring that input gas supply aligns cost reflective-wise, midstream where the bottlenecking transmission, ensuring that we are decentralizing transmission, we're engaging and collaborating with existing discos towards ensuring that there's more effectiveness and efficiency in distribution. But more will be in terms of last mile distribution, billing and collection, right? We're being very innovative on that, especially we're tuning pilots around electricity trading, making sure that there's a line of sight to revenue connection as soon as we start to put those power out there. We're using ourselves as pilots, given the expanse operations for NNPC will require power. We're commercializing that and making sure that ties into the viability of our power portfolio. NNPC is also progressing, finalizing FID on FLNG solutions. As we know, there's a growing appetite for LNG in the market. However, what we know is that there will be shortfall for capacity. So we're making sure that we're catching up on that opportunity and returning ourselves in there. Lastly would be the broad-based partnership with regards to GBI. We understand the type of investment and red tapes that need there to be cut, given how large GBI investments are. So we are leveraging on our size and our brand to de-risk that market. We are in collaboration with multiple parties, which most of them you would already know some of them. We're progressing FID discussion towards making sure that we're doubling the capacity in terms of ammonia urea production. We're also engaging to ensure that, to see how we bring in country modular-sized capacity in terms of gas-based industries, so that we're unlocking more values. We're also strapping some of these as base load anchor off-takers across the major pipelines so that we're growing bankability on pipeline assets that we're building, so they are just not real estate. Some of which are AKK and OB3, making sure that the underlying base load off-take anchor projects exist to support those investments. So in a nutshell, broadly, what we're doing with NGPIC is that we're de-risking market, we're building market, and we're scaling.
Yes, thank you very much. So it's good to hear about the market creation, because like the panelists have said, if you want to develop the infrastructure, you need a market. There needs to be demand and supply. So thanks for that. I'd like to move to Madam Audrey now. In your experience, so Falcon has grown, despite the infrastructure constraints, despite all the other challenges that challenge many of the other indigenous operators. So what practical models or innovations have worked for you in scaling your operations, and how can we replicate it? Second question is, what capital raising tactics have worked for you, particularly with local financiers?
Thank you. In terms of how we have grown, first and foremost is really about demand forecasting. I remember that when we had to do our original project in phases, just kind of following, where we had established demand and then building forward into that, which I think assumes even more importance in today's context. I mean, this is the difference between 2005 and 2025, that a lot of the macroeconomic indices have shifted. And so I think all the more now than ever before, you have to be clear where your demand is. One of the other things we did was to go then across the value chain. So beyond being in the downstream pipeline distribution segment, we've moved into the midstream. And this is where, for us, scale was about looking at where the challenges, and it was about looking at infrastructure. So we're trading in LPG, good business, yeah, but they're bottlenecks. We have to be bold enough to decide to be part of the solution, and that's why we then have invested in building the tank farm facility. That way we are creating more value, and as it always works, you end up extracting more value as well, even as a player in the sector, even though, of course, you carry a lot more challenges. And really that's how we are continuing to expand. Now, in today's context, and honestly, if I don't say anything else, this was one message I really wanted to pass. It has been touched on by at least two people, is looking at how we scale by collaborations. So one of the ways we have done this, for instance, I'm also the CEO of Optimera Energy, and Optimera is a consortium that is comprised of 3 industry players who have then gone and taken up a business opportunity. So they shared risk, they shared resources, and we're able to build that out quickly and successfully. So I do feel that for anyone interested in the space today, and maybe for those of us who are already playing, that the key message to pass is collaboration. Why am I saying that? There are some markets that are not developed enough perhaps to attract your dollars, because you're looking, when you work your models, your entire spreadsheet is red. And Richmond, he said something about somebody that, I think at the beginning, the issue of somebody not using gas for how many years. We have those kinds of challenges, but we also have the reference to somebody who was trying to get power to their facility for over 10 years. But if it doesn't make sense to you as a one-off investor, perhaps in collaboration, because you're sharing risk and sharing resources, you may take on that kind of an expansion project and then go into market building activities, because the pressure is not only on you. I really feel that this is a big message for the industry today. Now, I will attach that also to the last question around financing. We have grown by different things. We've done venture capital at some point. We have, of course, built our own internal capacity. We've dealt with commercial banks. We've gone into institutional lending. And even more recently, local financing, so local infrastructure financing with the support of NIDF, Bank of Industry, backed by InfraCredit and all that. And we see a lot of other players who are tapping into the bond markets. So there's some growth in the domestic market in terms of financing. But the challenge we always have in the country is scale. We are too large to just be celebrating these discrete efforts. We need to build scale. How can we do that? I think that as much as we are having these conversations around the private-public partnerships, where many times is the industry and government trying to form these collaborations, I think perhaps that the industry, we need to then bring our projects to those that have the capital in country. We do have people that have capacity, and they're looking for investment outlets. They don't understand gas, they don't understand energy, but if you bring a bankable project that you can explain to me as a non-industry person in detail, we may be surprised where the flows may happen. So I think that that is also something we need to start looking at, road shows that are more around the industry, showcasing those, of course, in the public-private partnership model, or just the industry. I remember that in NGA under Mr. Dada Thomas then, we had a financing forum. And this was really us bringing together people who provide capital and people, even private high net worth people, to say, hey, this is the gas industry, understand what we're doing, understand the opportunities, and let's see how we can have a handshake. So this, for me, is the way going forward. That is not business as usual. We have to rethink the way we define collaboration, both in terms of the project themselves and in terms of how we finance them, and then, of course, the whole handshake with the government in terms of policy, regulation, and the rest.
Thank you very much for that. You know, I really like, it's fantastic. You know, I really like the point on, you know, there's actually financing. So, you know, just even looking at, you know, where I sit, you know, we always talk about pension funds. Yes, we're sitting on 22 trillion naira or so, but, you know, where is that money going? Do people actually understand these markets, how to invest in the gas? So if we can create structures where people actually understand the businesses and then get people to invest, that is a pathway. So thanks very much for that. I'd like to move to Mr. Kehinde Alabi. So I'm going to just focus on your role now as in ALDG, yes. So as chair of ALDG, how is the group working to harmonize policy, licensing, and operational standards across the distribution ecosystem? If you could just share your thoughts on that.
Okay. Forum like this help to bring to collective consciousness what we as ALDG, you know, are facing daily. And in this forum today, we have captains of industries, we have policy makers. We've discussed a lot of things here. We've highlighted issues and all of that. So all the insights gleaned from this forum. So we have a way of passing it across to the relevant stakeholders, and that is the way we try to improve things in the system. So on licensing, on policy harmonization, we don't just wait for policies to be published. So we are proactively at the table, with regulators and government agencies, and we organize high-level forum where we discuss issue and all the critical issues and the insight from that are being discussed with these regulators to fine-tune their processes. In terms of licensing harmonization, we proactively and actively advocate for streamlined processes and also reduce bureaucracy, as well as reducing the timeline for approvals. So all of this, we're working with the relevant agencies, because we have identified this to be one of the challenges that we are facing in the industry, and we are working collaboratively with these relevant agencies to see how we can improve that process. With respect to operational efficiency, So to that, I think we're doing a lot in that space. We are developing schemes and programs that will kind of standardize things in our space. So we are also trying as much as possible to ensure that we standardize the training and also certification, so that that will also foster that will also foster progress in this space. So there's an ongoing and consistent engagement with these relevant bodies and standardization of processes and programs, so that the industry is well equipped and we are positioned to address all the challenges and move the industry forward. So driving this harmonization, I think, by and large, creates an environment that is attractive for investment and for more growth to happen in the industry.
Yes, thank you for that. I think one thing you touched on is the proactive nature. Who better to work on these policies than the players themselves? So not just to sit and wait, to actually be proactive and talk to the government, talk to the policymakers about what is really affecting you. I think that's a great point. So well done to the ALD on that. I'd like to move to Mr. Williams. Yes, so just talking more about your experience. So we know that bankable gas offtakes are very key. So what mechanisms have worked for you in securing these bankable offtake contracts? And second question, in line, just like Madam Audrey, what capital raising tactics have worked for you, particularly with local financiers? So two-pronged.
So thank you very much. So I would say within the gas distribution space, essentially, when we talk about capital raising and how to achieve financial close, we're looking at two different things. One, if you're looking at small-scale gas distribution projects, then usually there are channels, financing channels for that, right? Today, because of the geopolitics around energy transition, we are seeing a lot of, like Madam said, financing is coming alive for energy projects, especially in fossil fuel environments. We have AFDB, we have AFREX, the DFIs today. They are making commitment towards developing fossil fuel projects. We also have institutional investors as well today making commitment as well. We see our local commercial banks stepping up. Even though when you talk about small-scale distribution projects, you are still contending with the high cost of finance, right, if you're trying to approach local commercial banks. But we usually see fantastic return on investment in our small-scale distribution projects. So relatively, it's in a way, from a business model friendliness, you can rely on commercial banks to stimulate the funding. But one other area that is also critical is to get private capital within that space, because what you see is that we have so much money that is in our pockets across Africa, but we keep them at home. And like Madam said, part of collaboration is to open up those channels to see how people can at least bring in investment to stimulate, additional investment required within the space. So that's very key. We also see a lot of EPC contracted financing coming up, right? You see major OEMs ready to work with you with regard to providing the equipment to you on funding bases that are realistic and sensible, long-term funding basis. They give you equipment finance and the likes of it. But when we talk about large-scale projects, that's when it becomes quite interesting, because like I said, like Madam said, it's important that we drive distribution towards scale. So we need to be able to get ourselves to projects that try to accelerate the rate of gas supply that we get within the market, within the demand space. And so we are talking about gas-to-power projects. We're talking about gas-to-gas-based industry. We expect that our distribution companies will start playing that space, not just doing the traditional gas supply to local manufacturing companies. So when it gets to that point, the game becomes very different. First of all, pricing is very important. It's also important that you look across the value chain. If you're a gas supplier to a power company, you want to be very sure as to the end-to-end supply of the power in a way that you can have a clear line of sight as your revenue collection. In gas-based industry, you need to be very sensible. You need to be very realistic with your chances. You want to perhaps collaborate with an upstream player so you can have an access to gas at cheap prices, because GBIs usually will require much lower gas prices to stimulate their industry. So my point is there are several options when it comes to financing and structuring. It will depend on the kind of project you are doing. the scale you want to achieve, and of course the kind of investment that you need.
So I just want to touch on maybe something that has worked for you. If you can just give me...
So I'll tell you specifically, I've tried all the models. So we have contractor financing, it works fantastically for us.
Okay.
We have OEMs across different jurisdictions that provide equipment for us on structured terms. Commercial banks, like I said, we are working very closely with DFIs as well, our friends in AFDB as well. AFDB has a $5 billion energy fund that's just up. Is available for funding, and they are looking for players that are serious and want to make investments in that space. So we rely on all those different DFIs, local commercial banks, and of course our own private capital as well.
Okay, so the funding is available. It's really around the projects and how we get these projects to the funders. Okay, so let us go to Madam Olotu, representing Mr. Ralph. So with evolving industrial and commercial demand driven by cleaner energy and growing industrial clusters, how is Shell adapting its gas distribution strategy to meet these changing consumption patterns in Nigeria?
So one of the things that we're doing is a lot of infrastructure development. So we've done things like we've commissioned a lot of market studies and market surveys because we know that we need to grow beyond where we are. I mean, we've got a gas distribution license now for the Agbara Alta area, but we're exploring beyond that to other parts of the country. What is viable? I mean, we had explorations and some discussions in Oyo State. We're looking at Bayelsa. We're looking at other states in the east. So essentially, we commission studies, we commission stuff, and we're expanding. We're discussing partnerships. We're discussing collaborations to just expand the gas supply to other areas. We're also looking at the power sector and looking at collaborations within the power space, because what a lot of people are looking for, it's not necessarily gas, it is energy. And so we're also looking to play in that space where we are providing not just the gas to power industries, but we are collaborating with IPPs, with energy providers in order to provide power. But we are also ensuring that whatever it is that we're doing in our networks, it is stable, it is reliable, because it's one thing to expand, but it's another thing to ensure a steady, resilient supply of gas. So those are some of the strategies that we have adopted.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. I'd like to just still drill into some of these strategies around technology and the like. I'm going to go back to Mr. Chijioke. So with the oversight of, so there's gas, there's power and new energy, right, in the NNPC. So how is NNPC aligning gas monetization with long-term decarbonization goals and the development of clean energy alternatives?
Okay. So one, we believe that gas commercialization in itself is a carbon reduction activity. So with the entire drive for gas commercialization, we're already retooling utilization that could have happened on less cleaner fuels using gas. An example of one of that progress will be the current progress we've made with PCING and the massive support that us as an NPC has given to PCING. Also, even in terms of infrastructure, how we have also supported in terms of rolling out massive scale infrastructure to support availability of CNG, especially transit our transport sector, from diesel or petrol to gas. But also moving on, for us, we see both gas and solar as complementary energy, because with that, power becomes more reliable. So at New Energy, we're looking at taking advantage of that mix towards whipping up our engagement with regards to reducing the footprint for carbon emissions as an organization, especially with regards to our operations. Some of our business units are already integrating solar into the operations to see that we are, in quote, already decarbonizing our activities. We're also looking at scaling that up to commercial, be it partnership with private sectors like the local distributors, also OEMs with regards in line of solar and other renewable related power generation activities. So in a nutshell, for new energy, we're looking at taking advantage of the hybrid towards making sure that we're more efficient and we're deploying and scaling faster, given that solar scales faster, especially given the drive to meet increased access for Nigerians today who have less access to clean energy, reducing debts in terms of air pollution due to use of traditional forms of energy, and also consolidating our leadership in that market as an MPC, using our position to debottleneck and de-risk investments in the market.
Okay, so we're about to wrap up, but I'd like to ask one more question around technology, and you can answer, or anyone else who's using technology, and I'm sure we all are. So what role can technology, such as remote monitoring, digital platforms, play in optimizing operations, enhancing safety, and reducing costs? So this could be to anyone, and then we'll wrap up.
So, I mean, throughout any historical period, technology is always the biggest game changer that makes all the difference. Today, technology is around creating an energy mix that is efficient, and that's what we're trying to achieve. And I think Chidike has made a point, which means that any technology that enables us to engage all our sources of energy in a productive way and an efficient way is a welcome technology. Now, we've seen technology around a number of things. One is on the efficiency, like you mentioned. And efficiency here is to ensure that ultimately we are able to minimize our carbon footprint in our production process. And so technology is ramping up very quickly around that, right, in terms of inputs versus outputs. We also see technology around improving grid resilience, and that's very important as we move towards a multi-grid environment, right? You want to be able to push in so different sources of energy into the grid and have a grid that can take it all and can do proper energy accountability on the back of it. And so grid resilience, grid accountability is very important. Technology will also help us to reduce fragmented supply chains. So you help us to coordinate our entire supply chain, because the whole point of energy is moving from source point to demand point. And you want to be able to do that in a way that the supply chain is not fragmented, it's structured. And I think that one final one is a technology that we've always said over and over again, that is becoming very important for the future of clean energy, especially within natural gas. And that's carbon capture and storage technologies. And I think that's very key. Ultimately, that would help us to clean up the carbon emissions from our natural gas production process. So it makes it interesting from an investment standpoint, you know, whether to attract DFIs, international investors. They can see that within your production process, you are incorporating technologies that helps you abate carbon from it and presents a friendly environmental, you know, production process.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for my panelists, please. You know, we've touched on infrastructure, policy, what are the drivers really? And I'd just like each of them, you know, closing comments. Richard, can I? Closing comments, please. And my closing comments, I'm just going to, it's a scenario. Now, you've all just been appointed. No, everybody's going to just, with their closing comments, you've all been appointed to a special presidential task force chaired by the Minister of State for Petroleum Gas. He's not here, but he's represented here, with a clear mandate to unlock 15 trillion naira in private investments in domestic gas utilization. You have full executive backing and access to key public and private stakeholders. In less than 1 minute, what is your first strategic action? Okay, so I just want everybody to just close with that, and then we'll wrap up.
So, do I still go first?
The money white.
So for me, I think for us it's easy, and because that has resonated across board, and we already know what it is and how to go about it. So one will be collaboration. And the idea is that without collaboration, we can't scale. Right? We're all running against time. Monetization ties to time. So for me, I would think that the strategy will be to collaborate for scale.
Okay, thank you.
And that's where we come in as an NPC.
Thank you.
So what I would say may not be popular with my NPC or gas in the house, but I would say this. I think that ultimately we have to implement an integrated energy plan such that we remove certain bottlenecks. And I think one of them would be, for example, remove some government involvement within the business segment. Okay. Allow the private sector to collaborate effectively. Let the DISCOs and the GENCOs collaborate together. Let them supply power together directly.
I see that they're already doing that.
Yeah, and then let government focus a lot around policy sustainability over the long term.
Okay.
All right, so I think for me, both work. And I don't think there's the one thing. We have to do a few things.
Of course.
So we're going to do both of these things. But then perhaps we want to touch something very specifically, and that is on pricing.
Okay.
Because we have to make it work. We have to make it work for the investor, and then we have to be mindful of how it then plays out on the other side of downward to where we're talking about the consumers, the market themselves. Again, not very popular with a lot of people, but I would focus on what is making sense from the investment point of view, because we need to build capacity there and then allow competitive forces to drive markets down ultimately. We have huge gaps that need to be filled, and they will not be filled by emotional thinking.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think for me it's just to qualify that collaboration. So it has to be an effective collaboration that creates conducive environments for investors and government and all the stakeholders, so that together we can drive the industry forward.
Okay.
For me, it would be looking at a stable fiscal environment, letting the incentives be there that drive pricing and drive a competitive environment to enable attractive investments.
Okay. Thank you very much. So collaboration, less government involvement, pricing, and a stable fiscal environment. A round of applause for my panelists, please.
All right, just hold on one second. Hold on one second. Following what I'm about to say, we'll take a quick family photo with you on the panel. After you, I would have those who spoke earlier to join you in the picture. I would decide, I think we'll place them, those who are going to come up, keep them on the ground there while you are still where you are. And following that, we're going to go on a tea break for about 15, 20 minutes. My appeal is we have 3 7-points in the dining hall, right? 1 7-point is designated to those wearing the wristband that says speaker or VIP. The ushers are going to guide you accordingly. And then for the other distinguished delegates or participants, your 7-point at the other 2 on that side. Now remember, sell same food and same tea, right? It's just to manage crowd movement. Finally, as soon as you're done with your tea and coffee, kindly come back inside because we're taking the next panel immediately. We want to release all of you here as soon as possible so you can go to other things for the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, family photo, please. You can rise. Give them one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Chairman, Chairman, can you come? Chairman, come this way here. Right. Chairman here. Fantastic. All right. There you have it. Let's do this picture. The honorable member, sir, I will now invite you. PNGA, Mr. Felix Sekundayo, ES. Please, you can come now. Honorable, sir. Honorable Aluko. Yes, Minister's Rep. Honorable Aluko, please come. Honorable Aluko, please come. I want Honorable Aluko to come up here, please. Honorable Aluko, please come up. Honorable Aluko, please use the staircase that way and come up. Okay, okay, use this one. Okay. Okay. Hey, yes, Ogapinda. How can I leave my host, my chief hosts? Oh, I'm told that Ms. Abogiko had just walked in. Sir, can you please join the picture as well? NMDPRA, Ms. Abogiko, where are you, sir? Please join us. Please join us. All right, photographers, I don't know if I leave you, this will be till tomorrow. Thank you very much. Please take your seat back in the audience. Indulge me. Please take your seat back in the audience. Please take your seat back in the audience. Before we leave for the tea break, please take your seat in the audience for 5 minutes. We want to just give 5 minutes of goodwill to NMDPRA. Please take your seat in the audience again, please. Just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, please. Just 5 minutes before we go for tea. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. Allow them take their seat, please. We'll have time for networking during tea and during lunch. But now, please allow everyone take their seat. Thank you very much. Please allow everyone take their seat. Thank you very much. Allow everyone take their seat. You're all far too kind. Just give us 5 minutes before we proceed for tea. We'll listen briefly to the Authority Chief Executive of NMDPRA, Engineer Farouk, who is represented by the Executive Director, Distribution Systems, Storage, and Retailing Infrastructure. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ubogu Ukoha. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me apologize for my late arrival. We've been dealing with a number of operational emergencies. I'm sure a number of people would have observed in the news the flooding at Niger State and how that the Mokwa Bridge has been impacted and how we're trying to reroute products around. So that has taken up the greater part of my morning and before coming here. But still, on behalf of the Authority Chief Executive, I'd like to commend the Association of Local Distributors of Gas for once again organizing a platform such as this. On a lighter note, I would like to just announce that I think this morning I should be considering a number of the earlier speakers, the operators whose license were going to... Madam Prof, should it be withdrawn or what? How they can speak on gas for an hour or thereabouts, and none of them mentioned the good work that NMDPRA is doing. I note among them, Madam Prof, this January, Falcon just received our GDL license. And also our chairman as well, Axela, you fall within that category. Our chairman, our hosts. For NMPC, where is CJ? I will just hold the gun on that. So finally, let me just make 3 quick points. I'm sure everybody is itching to move to the next segment of today's session. Let me quickly, as a first point, just acknowledge the commitment to natural gas. Natural gas remains the key to industrialization, energy poverty eradication, and energy security. It supports economic growth and sustainability, and it aims for job creation, wealth generation, societal security, and global distribution, global contribution. Secondly, let me just also remind us the critical pillars for thriving gas markets. One is that there has to be sufficient and reliable upstream gas supply. 2, there has to be efficient transportation and distribution of distribution infrastructure. And thirdly, as many speakers have also pointed to, there has to be optimized utilization facilities. And finally, the market enabling prices and tariffs, which Madam Ezigbo tried to close out the session with. Thirdly, and finally, let me just emphasize what government and private sector roles remain. For the government, we continue to receive strong leadership under the President, but directly from the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum, State Gas, as well as the specialized focus from the SA Energy. From NMDPRA and NUPRC, we continue to contribute to enable regulatory functions. And there is some strategic coordination from the Decade of Gas, from also the stables of NMDPRA, the MDGIF is also enabling and de-risking, enabling projects and de-risking the value chain. We'll also continue to encourage the NMPC to lead in the investment of critical infrastructure delivery. The AKK, I listened to Chijoke, he was asked earlier on about the flagships. I expected that the AKK should be the #1 flagship for NMPC, and indeed for the country. We'll continue to look forward to a private sector that is well positioned to develop petrochemical complexes, provision of gas processing plants, establishment of electricity generating stations, expansion of gas distribution systems, and development of retailing infrastructure. Where all these pieces of the puzzle put together, I believe that the gas destination Nigeria wants to arrive to will be a matter of time, when, and not if. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bogu Koha. There, we'll now rise and proceed to the tea. Please, as soon as you're done with your tea, come back into the room. We'll have enough time to network at the end of lunch. We need to carry on with our next panel almost immediately. To those who are online, enjoy your own tea break as well. Serve yourself a cup of hot tea or coffee, whatever works for you. I'll see you. It is 12:30 by my time. I will see us back here at 12. I beg your pardon? Yes. I hope to see you back at 12:50, please. I hope to see you back at 12:50. Please be back at 12:50. If you're interested in having your tea, very kindly proceed to do so now. And take care of your personal belongings, remember? If you're interested in having tea or coffee, please proceed and do that now so that we can come back in good time. Thank you. I'll see you at 12:50.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Five lives.
Thank you. Thank you, Technical. Welcome back from the tea break. It was a good time to also stretch. Tosin, please come. Tosin. Okay. Thank you, my technical. Thank you so much. Let's get into the business of this concluding session. It's always a thing of beauty. To have just the right amount of sessions for a day's event. Gas for transport, promoting CNG and LNG as preferred automotive fuel for Nigeria's transport sector. I honestly wonder why we are kind of struggling to increase utilization. Because it's cheaper. For commercial bus drivers, is a way better option for them, because where they would spend 1,000 naira, with the CNG initiative, I'm told, and from provable reports, they could spend 400 to 500 or even less. So why the struggle? Some say, oh, I can't be carrying gas tank in my boots. What if it gets so hot and the gas decides to go on a trip that causes explosion? Which brings me back to what was said by Mr. Kundayo, standardization. You know, we need to create a system that to a great extent is fake proof. So if you are not trained and licensed to do the conversion, you don't get clues. And you who wants to convert, why are you going to a bricklayer for conversion? I can't go to a GP, even though it can start from a GP. I mean, in medicine now, if someone needs a serious dental attention, you don't even go to your GP dentist. You go to an orthodontist. So I think the way I see it, we need very focused regulation around ensuring that quacks don't get into the space of technicians who will do these conversions. Once people have the comfort of safety, I think the speed of conversion and utilization will increase. But again, I am not Okay, let me say it like a friend. I is not the expert. The experts are coming to speak on the next panel. And the next panel I will delve into without further delay. We're far behind time. Our apologies for that. But of course, if I'm apologizing to those who came before 9. Those who came after 9 owe us an apology. I'll go around the room and find them and get a written apology from them. That's on a lighter note, by the way. Welcome back. The name is still Richmond Osuchi. We will do it this way. Once I'm done, I will bring up a gentleman who will speak on behalf of the Presidential CNG Initiative for a few minutes. He would open the session. Following that, I would pass it on to our virtual panelist who is in Houston. He would speak for about 7 or so minutes. He'll bring it back to me, and then I will constitute the panel, and our moderator will drive the conversation. So let us begin with our very first presentation, coming from the director of the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, Mr. Oluwagbemi Michael, who is not here today, but from that office of government, we'd like to welcome Tosin Koka for a few minutes to open this session. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Richmond, and thank you also for starting us off with a brief discussion or admonition on safety and regulation on CNG conversions. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed industry leaders, and you wonderful ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address this distinguished forum under the timely and strategic theme, Gas for Transport, promoting CNG and LNG as preferred automotive fuels for Nigeria's transport sector. I bring you greetings from the Program Director, Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, who is unable to be here today, as he is with the Honorable Minister and several other dignitaries in Yola today, commissioning an LCNG plant there, showing just how much we're developing and at pace this new industry. As we gather here today, the message is clear. The future of Nigeria's transport sector is gas-powered, and that time for the future is now. So why CNG and why LNG? Compressed natural gas and liquefied natural gas are not just alternatives, they are solutions. Solutions to our fuel affordability crisis, solutions to our energy import dependency, and solutions to the environmental challenges that threaten our collective future. These fuels offer at least 40 to 60% savings for vehicle operators, in some cases up to 80% or 90%. And this is a lifeline in today's post-subsidy economy. Substantial reductions are also on offer of the harmful emissions, improving our public health and urban air quality. They also offer enhanced energy security by leveraging our abundant domestic gas resources. And also, we have expanded economic opportunities, generating thousands of new jobs, dare I say hundreds of thousands of new jobs in manufacturing, logistics, services, and even more. The Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative's journey is one of vision to infrastructure. Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the PCNGI has laid a firm foundation for Nigeria's transition to gas-powered transport. Our achievements over the past year include catalyzing over 20,000 free vehicle conversions through up to 250 certified conversion centers nationwide via our conversion incentive program. We've procured and deployed over 5,000 CNG-powered vehicles, including buses and tricycles, to key platform operators, enabling cleaner, cheaper public transportation. We have fare reduction agreements with the likes of the NURTW, the Union of Road Transport Workers, airport taxi associations, tricycle owners associations, and state operators under the Renewed Hope Mass Transit Scheme, directly lowering transportation costs for everyday Nigerians. We've rolled out CNG-powered tricycles through aggregator schemes targeting the youth and micro-entrepreneurs in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth Development as well as the Ministry of Labor. And we're also training, and we've trained nearly 4,000 conversion technicians working with national institutions like the Nigerian Army, the Police, Institute of Transport Technology, the NADDC, SMEDAN, NASENI, and others to build a competent workforce in this growing CNG ecosystem. Only last week, we commissioned the first of 20 university CNG programs in conjunction with the MDGIF, complete with refueling infrastructure, training, vehicle conversion, and deployment of buses and tricycles, ensuring that students, the hope of Nigeria's future rather, would benefit from affordable, reliable, and sustainable transportation. Indeed, refueling infrastructure is critical, and it is catching up with the demand. We're now at a stage where we're adding one new daughter station nearly every week. Last week alone, we launched 2 in Abuja. Today, as I mentioned earlier, Yola joins that network with the launch of 9 conversion centers supported by the newly deployed CNG and LNG refueling infrastructure by Greenville. Stations are coming up in Ibadan, Enugu, Port Harcourt, Ekiti, Uyo, Zaria, and Owerri, and they're set to be opening up in the next few weeks. The eagle-eyed among you, coming in from the airport, would have seen on your right-hand side as you got towards town, Bovas, with their tube skid now positioned on Airport Road in Abuja. Another clear sign of progress. In addition to the other side, we launched Shafa's station last week. Abuja alone has 5 new stations at different stages of completion, with NIPCO, NNPC Retail, Portland Gas, indeed NITT, and Shafa all bringing up stations in the coming weeks. Yes, the queues are there in some locations, but they are shortening. Believe me, they are shortening. Nigerians have shown incredible patience and resilience. We thank them and ask them for continued understanding as we build this new energy ecosystem from the ground up. So what's next? With strong support from our core partners and the MDGIF, PCNGI is now focused on scaling up rapidly. We have LCNG plants coming up in Kano, Kaduna, and Borno states, ensuring that even the furthest regions enjoy the benefits of CNG. There are dozens of mini LNG plants and mother stations in the pipeline, and it was good to speak even in the tea break now with some developers of these infrastructure. We have an additional 100 or so refueling and conversion centers to be commissioned between now and the end of the year. And we also have the expansion of virtual pipeline systems, bringing gas to the regions not yet connected by traditional pipelines. We also plan to develop local manufacturing. This was mentioned in the previous session. This is, local manufacturing capacity for key components like conversion kits, cylinders, and dispensers, driving industrialization and cutting costs. Indeed, capacity building is key to this industry. And we have to also embrace the new Nigeria First policy that the government has started. So why does all this matter? This is more than just an infrastructure project. It is the practical realization of President Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, which prioritizes energy affordability, economic inclusivity, and environmental sustainability. It also brings Nigeria closer to achieving its climate and emissions targets, while demonstrating our capacity to lead in the global energy transition, not followers, but as innovators, building a just, locally relevant model. Yes, regulation is critical. To fully unlock the value of this sector, our regulators must act with urgency and efficiency. We call on all relevant agencies, the NMDPRA, SON, the Road Safety Commission, NADDC, and others to fast-track certifications, streamline the approvals, and engage directly with field-level operators to solve the bottlenecks quickly and proactively. Yes, indeed, policy stability is critical, as is collaboration with those already playing in the downstream sector. The incentives are in place. The government has put in quite a lot in place. The investments have been made. A lot of companies that I mentioned earlier have made investments. Let us not waste this momentum through unnecessary red tape. As we say, infrastructure delayed is opportunity denied. So in conclusion, we stand on the threshold of a new era, one where CNG and LNG power the vehicles that move our people, the vehicles that move our goods, and indeed move our economy. This is an era that is cleaner, more affordable, and more resilient. PCNGI is ready. Our partners are ready. Are you ready? With aligned vision, decisive leadership, and strong industry collaboration, we will deliver this energy transition for Nigerians by Nigerians. Thank you, and may God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Tosin Koka. Speaking on behalf of Engineer Michael Oluwagbemi, the Director of the Presidential CNG Initiative. Okay, so if you're here and you're willing to convert your car before the end of this year to CNG, do like this. Some people are not so sure they want to do it like this. Before the end of this year, you're going CNG. Okay, you are here, you are not interested in this CNG conversation in your car, do like this. So this is the choir. Everybody is converted. Interesting. So you see, you already have them won over already. So you just keep increasing the number of the stations. The cars will keep getting converted. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. For the next 7 minutes, I would leave you in the presentation of our next speaker, who will also double as a panelist after his presentation. He's worked for Schlumberger before. He is a proficient engineer and project leader, and currently the Chief Executive Officer of Total Support Energy, a Nigerian company providing end-to-end energy solutions to bridge existing market gaps. From Houston, 7 minutes, Dr. Obani Nkaginieme, you have the floor. Let's a round of applause, yes.
Thank you very much, Richmond. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Doctor, before I pass it on to you, whenever you see the camera switch from me to you, you to me, that's me saying 7 minutes. Thank you. It's over to you.
Awesome. Okay, for the presentation, we only have 7 minutes, so we'll dive straight to slide 7. Basically, the way we look at these projects, for them to work, they have to check a few boxes, 12 of them. This presentation is with ALDG Secretariat and they'll circulate it, so we're not going to go through the entire thing. Slide 8, please. Now, when you look at slide 7, I believe. Next slide. These are some of the benefits which previous speakers have highlighted on, but it's important to also point at the timelines so that people will realize how long these things take to happen besides the money. Typical 6 to 9 months to come to effect. So anything we want to do, we have to factor this in. Next slide. Next slide, please. This gives you a picture of Nigeria. The reason VGN is very critical to this transition is VGN is able to reach every corner of Nigeria very quickly within 24 months. That's very important for this program. If we can get gas everywhere, then we can start building small markets wherever they are. Next slide, please. No, you've jumped to the pictures. Can you go to, maybe you have, go back. Go back. Back. I think you have the wrong file, but we can still work with it. Keep going back. 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 Go back. Keep going back. No, it looks like I have to share my screen if it is possible. Is it possible for me to share screen?
It should be possible. Technical, can you give him access? Can someone let me know if he has that access? Technical. Dr. Nkagine, may you have access? Please share your screen.
Okay, awesome. Okay, can you see my screen?
I think this is you, and if this is you, kindly put it on slide mode, please.
Okay, slideshow. Are we there?
No, check the down right side of the icons that on the top bottom.
Can you see me?
We're seeing you, but it's still not as it should be. It's still not in slide presentation mode. It's still not there. So So what you're showing us is 3 critical pillars for project success, correct?
Yes.
We
yes,
can't
really,
we can't see the letters. I don't know if the Gen Zs can, but I can't.
Okay, let me make them bigger.
Just slideshow. Just go to slideshow. It should be somewhere. I think it's already highlighted there.
Oh dear. This is a challenge with...
Okay, come to the bottom of your screen. Come to the bottom of your screen. Come to the bottom of your screen.
That's where I am.
Aha, come to the bottom of your screen. Where would be now? Your right. That should be your right. Check the right bottom of your screen. Close to where you have like an adjustable volume button. Right? I'm not seeing your cursor. If I can see your cursor, I'll guide you.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm seeing the slide, but it's still not as it should be. On the monitors, it's quite clear on the monitors, but on the LED screen we're using, we're seeing it, but it's kind of blurry. If you don't mind, can you just speak?
Okay, let me just talk. Let me talk
just
to
talk
it.
To, yeah, just talk to it. Just talk to it. Just talk to it.
Basically, we have 3 critical things that will make a project successful. One, you have supply assurance. Second, you have to have project delivery assurance. Third, you have to have market assurance. And this is what makes projects bankable. If you remove any of these legs, everything collapses. Why is this important? For us to deliver this mandate, we have to make sure that we're looking at things holistically. So, very important, we get to talk with the gas suppliers, make sure their needs are met, make sure we hear them, and the gas suppliers should make sure they deliver the gas at the appropriate price and the appropriate volume with the appropriate reliability. Let's go to the market. Right now, our market is a bit fragmented. So this house and the government especially will have to do something urgent to make this market bankable. Otherwise, all this grammar we are speaking about attracting investment is not going to work. One of the ways to make these projects bankable is to design instruments that will give comfort to funding parties. One of those key elements will be to work with the LGS. You want to get gas and power to all the LGS. Now, it's important to underline a few of these statements I'm about to make. Vehicular CNG ab initio is not, underline the word not, commercially viable. So for you to make it commercially viable, you need to bring something to the table that attracts gas volumes. And that something is power, which we need desperately in Nigeria. So if we add power to the mix, automatically projects become bankable. The power attracts the gas, and we take the gas once it gets there to do vehicular fueling for transportation, for a few other things. So while we are talking about all of this, this is a business forum, so I want to focus really on this slide and dissect it a little bit. Now, when we're able to design mechanisms that will give funding parties comfort, the only remaining leg will now be project delivery. And project delivery means you have to, first of all, field your first 11. And your first 11 in this case are people already in this value chain. Nearly everybody in this room today is in that first 11. So it's very important that whatever programs government have, look at your first 11, empower them, and then they will drag all other young Nigerian companies up with them. So when we look at these three components, you can easily see that the weakest point, the supply assurance is there, gas is there. There are some regulatory issues and pricing issues, but those can easily be solved. Project delivery starts with your first 11. Market. We now need to de-risk this market aggressively. And one way to do it, like I already said, is work with viable clusters, work with LGS, work with big government institutions, universities, army barracks. Once you provide power for them, the gas for that power will go there. And once the gas gets there, the gas for transportation fuels will go there. And boom, you solve 3-4 problems with one magic one. So let me just stop. Maybe when people ask questions, we will go to specific slide and then we can talk a little bit more if we have time. But the takeaway I need everybody to leave this forum with is these 3 key pillars. Once we take care of each of them, the business will happen. Last but not the least, the Nigerian gas value chain, as of today, the traditional gas value chain, if we depend on it, getting pipelines to everywhere in the country, we're going to spend the next 50 years trying to do that. However, with technology, virtual pipelines, we can actually leapfrog and get gas everywhere in less than 30 months. Let that sink in. And the cost for doing this, if you want to do it the traditional way, you're looking at anywhere from 50 to 60 billion euros. You want to focus on virtual pipeline to get us to where we need to get quickly, and then let the pipeline system catch up. Cost less than 5 billion. The choice should be pretty clear, and I believe we have already made that choice. We just need to make implementing that choice very efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obani Nkaginime. Let's please give him another round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so let's get into the business of the panel. Let's welcome back Tosin Koka. Tosin is representing his principal, Engineer Michael Luagbemi. Tosin, please, you're welcome to your seat on the panel. Joining them on the panel yes. Must be an actor in your former life to see. Thank you. Okay, joining them on the panel is an industry professional. Industry professional with 20 years experience spanning the downstream oil and gas and power industries, and currently responsible for setting up his company's CNG, LNG, and PNG businesses. Please welcome Executive Director Teyima Toila, Gas Power Renewable Energy for AYM Shafa Holdings. You're welcome. It's Teyima Toila, right? Please, to his right. To his right, you are welcome. Joining them is the Chief Executive Officer of one of Africa's largest producers and distributors of compressed natural gas, with over 15 years of extensive experience across global energy sector. Please welcome Summit C, CEO, Power Gas Nigeria Limited, and a board member, of course, of the association. Yes, please, you're fine. Thank you very much. You know what, Summit? Forgive me. Please come this way. Thank you, Summit. Please come this way. Right. Yeah, right there. Thank you, Summit. Thank you. I wasn't looking when I answered you. Thank you very much. Joining them is an industry professional with many years of experience, and one who is one of those businesses making their foray into gas distribution in Nigeria. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Stars Investment Company Limited, and currently the Vice Chair of Stars Gas. Welcome, Irohama Ogbuefu. To drive the conversation for us, right there, Iro, thank you very much. To drive the conversation for us is one who has been seconded to GACN, the gas aggregator company of Nigeria, by her parent company, Total Energies. And she has a decade of experience in the oil and gas industry, beginning her career as a financial expert. Currently, she's overseeing GACN's capacity building as general manager. Welcome, Yetunde Odejobi. Of course, Mr. Obani Nkaginime is also on the panel, so he's virtual. That's why I've left him last. And that completes the list of our panelists for this session. Yetunde, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying back to listen in on this very important panel session. The allocated topic, as you're already aware, gas for transport, promoting CNG and LNG as preferred automotive fuels for Nigeria's transport sector. So, in my view, it's apt, it's timely. I can't imagine where we would gather and not speak about this. So thank you to the ALDG, for organizing this and even putting the spotlight on it. So in terms of questions, engagements, I'll be handling that, and I'll start with Iro, because she's already smiling. So Iro, you are one of the new entrants in the CNG business, or your company rather, Stars Gas. So as one of the indigenous operators, one of the newest entrants, what challenges have you faced? Regulatory, technical, what do you find most impeding in the overall adoption of CNG as an automotive fuel in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for that question, and thank you to ALDG for having us. I hope what we will call an honest conversation. So earlier in the session, I was speaking with my neighbor, and I was saying, we gather every year at various fora, have all these conversations, but then what does it really translate to in terms of real impact, shifting the needle on the core issues that are discussed? So I'm just going to speak, please, I apologize in advance. I'm just going to speak honestly in terms of my experience and my thoughts. So as a new entrant, we started this journey 3 years ago. We are dominant in the maritime industry. We're a big shipping company operating within the energy space. And we decided to diversify our portfolio into gas. And we thought CNG would be a good, starting point. And we've been on it 3 years. And in that time, we had various models that evolved. And they evolved due to some of the challenges you spoke about. One of the things that, I can speak to them, funding, I didn't have issues with policy in terms of regulation. I was able to get my permits in very good time. NMDPRA was absolutely amazing in terms of us getting to approval to construct. I must give them kudos for that. So we didn't have challenges there. But when you're doing a project like this, especially when it's a new area, the financing landscape, I told Kunle that I'm coming to sit with him because he was so confident about how he's finding money. I want to know how he's finding money. So anybody else is interested in how Kunle is finding money can join me. We'll go and look for him. The funding climate in Nigeria is not very mature as far as gas projects are concerned. The commercial banks are extremely conservative. Even BOI is beginning to, really slow a bit. So we're having challenges with that, even using our existing business as cash flow and for collateral. But we thought, okay, let's start in phases. I'm an entrepreneur at heart, so I'm a businesswoman. Look for opportunities, where are there gaps, and I want to see how can I begin to add some value along the chain, pending when this bigger project materializes. Earlier, there's been conversation on collaboration, but my own idea of collaboration to deepen the market was saying, let's open it up. And I think Dr. Obani spoke about it lightly. I hope he expands on it later. How do we make it a bigger pie? So when PCNGI representative was speaking, he was saying how, we're counting the fueling stations by our fingers. Look at the population. In Port Harcourt today, I live in Port Harcourt, so I'm speaking for personal experience. I don't think there's any CNG fueling station in Port Harcourt. Yet, there are a couple of conversion stations or workshops that are trying to emerge. How? Who's going to convert their car when they cannot even put the gas in it when they're done converting? Now, I've been approached by a number of companies who would like to go into, they don't want to own a model station. All of us cannot have model stations all over the place, and that's where the real collaboration comes in. So when I was starting out, I was saying, okay, I want to distribute. Let me own my trucks. I'll buy gas from you. I can open some part of the market. I can start to deepen the need for CNG in my own area of influence, whilst you're also growing your volumes, right? But then we have this very selfish and greedy strategy. I call it, that doesn't make sense. So, no, who's your customer? Because you want to go and take my customer, because you don't want me to be, you don't want to have, you can't attend to every customer, right? So if we really want to collaborate honestly, and I'm saying it's Kule, and Kule admitted, he said, the truth is that I started down that way, I gave up and decided to go build my own. And that's how I'm here. I started down that way, I gave up and decided to go. But how many are we going to be giving up, trying to build, or giving up and walking away because they can't afford to build? So I'll be saying that one of the biggest impeding factors that I faced coming in as a new entrant over the last 3 years was that willingness, honest willingness to collaborate across the value chain. So you have a model station, set your pricing in a way that I have trucks, I can come and pick up gas at a price point that makes sense for me as well. Yes, it reduces your margins, but it opens the market, so you're able to grow eventually, right? The domino effect is there, but then we need to sort of mature away from the idea. And truly, it starts with me. So my own business model is that I don't care who your client is, I don't care who your customer is. I have gas, you will bring your truck, you want me to help you deliver it, I'll deliver it, and I will not undercut you, because if you If you build that trust with me, then you will have the confidence to grow your own market share, which I probably cannot penetrate because I don't have your network, I don't have your resources, and then I would leverage on that, and then I'll grow from 2 million scuffs a day to 5 million scuffs a day to 10 million scuffs a day to opening up model stations around the country, trying to help all these other people down the value chain who are able to reach the last mile probably faster than we can. So that was a major bit for me. So how am I tackling it? I'm tackling it through my own area of influence, saying that my business will not follow that model. My business will be an open model. My business will be such that it is more flexible and it gives opportunities for people down the value chain to actually key in and help us truly domesticate gas to where we cannot reach. Thank you.
So thank you for those insights, in terms of challenges. Moving on, I'll be calling on Tosin. So you already told us what the PCNGI is doing, but to be specific, how is the PCNGI driving adoption among public and private fleet operators, especially in converting existing diesel petrol-powered vehicles to CNG?
Okay, thank you, Yetunde. So I did mention earlier, we work with a number of key associations and unions. We started primarily with, because of course PCNGI is focused primarily on the commercial transportation sector. So we're working primarily with the unions, the likes of the NURTW, Union of Road Transport Workers, the Road Transport Employees Association, and the National Association of Road Transport Owners. They are the big owners and operators of buses, trucks that move our people and goods across the nation. So how we work with them, how we incentivize them. It's more about incentivizing. So for the likes of the NURTW, who are the ones who run the small cars, the buses that ply into city and take people up and down, we have what I call the conversion incentive program. This is whereby they can come, and for an exchange in a reduction in the price that they will be charging, they get free conversion kits and free, so not just the kits, but also the labor is free. The government has paid for these assets and is deploying them. And we try to put a good structure around it, a framework around it, to ensure that they can access it and they can be converted quickly without spending too much time off the road. To ensure that they come to the table, we've also ensured that we have to make sure that they have access to the gas. So we've noticed that, yes, a lot of them have embraced this, but they've now got the challenge of lack of, there's gas, not that there's lack of gas, but there's gas, but there's just not enough gas stations around. So we're putting a lot of emphasis on that. We're working with our partners such as AY Shafa, who, and others, and ensuring that they have, where possible, preferential access to purchasing gas. We're working with other fleet owners, associations such like I mentioned, the airport taxi, where we can really influence the price, the pricing of the price that they charge to the end users. Mr. President's aim is to ensure that people can move from A to B cheaper than they could when, or as cheap as they were moving prior to the removal of subsidy. So it's about incentivizing. It's also about ensuring that they feel safe. They can see the long-term effects. Everyone can see that yes, this will save them money, but they need to also ensure that they pass those savings on to people. Everybody can win in this. So that's what we're doing primarily. We haven't fully started our diesel program yet. So at the moment, most of the conversions we've done are petrol, but a lot of players are already on their own going down the diesel conversion route. But we are starting we started a working group on that, and with the second half of this year is going to be focused significantly on diesel conversion, which will really transform the arena for us Nigerians, because instantly you should see reductions in the prices of food, of products in the markets, and things like that.
So thank you, Tosin. You've shared, you are collaborating, you are partnering, you are empowering people. In terms of next question, I'll go to Dr. Ubani online. So can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me, Dr. Ubani?
Yes, I hear you. Go ahead, loud and clear.
Okay. So my first question is, yes, you are currently the president of the Association of Virtual Pipelines, or is it Virtual Gas Solutions? So how are you currently using this position to drive the adoption of CNG and LNG in country?
Great question. This association, as I said earlier, was a child of necessity. We have really big dogs, small dogs in this value chain, and we thought it was necessary for us to start collaborating while we compete. So we went ahead and registered this association, and you have membership from NMDPRA, NIPCO, Greenville, Power Gas, Total Support, Sagas. Everybody that is currently active in this value chain is a member of this association. And we deliberately sought out people who are on ground already, not really people who are experimenting. At the back of our mind too, we each decided that we have to mentor someone, a younger company who can actually help expand this market. And this speaks a lot to what Iroama was saying. She's my own adopted mentee, and she's done some incredible work. And her learning curve has been so steep. I'm really proud of what she's done so far. Now, when you look at this value chain, you now see that your first 11 is right there. So what do we need to do? We need to encourage them, and we need to, most Nigerians are football buffs. You need to strengthen your bench, which means when you see younger companies who are passionate about solving this national problem, they must be encouraged, and very quickly too. So in terms of VGIA as an association, it's something we've put together, basically put on a platter of gold and said, government, use this vessel, it's yours. It's there, you don't need to do very much. Now, maybe I should just use this opportunity and recount some of my own experience. It will help this discussion. We built our first mother station in 2012. And that mother station was predicated on a sound 3-tier, what I was talking about. I had a solid client, Dufil. I had a solid gas supplier, SNG. We're all here in this room. And our bid was deliver the project. So we did that. At that point, there was really no competition. We were buying commercial gas, delivered to Dufil. We were still saving them significant amount of money at the time, 30–40%, which is good. Now for me to grow this market, and this dovetails back to what Iro was saying, I cannot depend on Dufil alone. I have to seek out markets. The other risk we quickly identified was we had just one mother station in the whole East at that time. That was a huge risk. SNG managed to supply us gas reliably for 8–9 years, but boom, COVID came, pipeline vandalization came, that risk exploded. For 2–3 years, we cumulatively received gas less than 25% of the time. Not the fault of the producer, not the fault of SNG. What does this all tell you? It means we will need to build multiple mother stations, not just one. 2, for us to expand this market, You need players, like you have said now. Someone may just be interested in the logistics of gas. Let them come to the mother station and buy the gas and distribute. At the end of the day, everybody's pie is growing. So when you think of it that way, two things hit you immediately. The minute your mother stations are buying gas at different prices, you have problem. And this is where government regulation comes in. GSCN is very well engaged in this, and we have been talking with them to find a way to level the playing field so that ultimately we want to get gas to the end user at the price they can afford. And if it will require productive subsidy, so be it. What we do not want is consumption subsidy. So there has to be a way. If, for instance, in Port Harcourt, I'm buying gas at $7 and I can buy it $3 at Obibo or Wazab, there should be a mechanism to equalize it somehow and make sure that the man on the street is buying a CNG somewhere that is good. So maybe if you look at that, I've just touched on some risks which we can expand on during this conversation. I've also talked on some opportunities. Now, down this value chain, besides someone picking up CNG and distributing, there's a conversion, there is the retail end of it, there is even the financial consultancy part of it. Everybody benefits. So there's enough in that big pie for everybody to grow their small pie into another big pie. I don't know if I've indirectly answered that question, Madam.
Thank you. You have done justice, Dr. Ubani. Moving on, Sumit. So what do you see in terms of the transition of this adoption of autogas in Nigeria in the next 3 to 5 years?
To start with, it's positive for sure. It's been going on for a long time. We have been running our trucks on gas since 2015. For us, it was out of necessity. The market has also developed out of necessity. And the reason why for the last so many years it was not developing was because there did not exist a market, which was also deriving from the fact that the alternate fuels were cheaper, whether in the form of subsidy or the imported diesel or whatever the case was. And that's where PICNG has done an incredible job of creating that market. And then now it's an open field for everybody to start taking part. But there's one statement that I always use in most of the panels when it comes to autogas. You can't replace one subsidy with another one. So, and we are all participants and victims of the circumstances that we find ourselves in. It is not the problem of the Shell or the gas distributor or the CNG player that the price of gas is at the level that it is. Unfortunately, the underlying factor over there is the exchange rate. The inflation of this country has been 30% for the last 4 years. If you compound that impact up, the prices have gone through the roof. So we fully appreciate and respect the fact that there has been social pains out in the market, and that's where the prices of the commodity have to be managed in a manner which has a trickling effect. And that's what we have done. We have primarily focused on the haulage sector, whereby we were replacing diesel, which is an unregulated commodity, which was generally priced much higher. And we have been helping our partners convert to gas, whether they're buying the new fleet or even working with OEMs who are converting their fleet to either dual fuel or monofuel. Because one of the aspects that we've understood post-COVID is among 25 factors that affect inflation, one of the biggest factors that has been affecting inflation is logistics cost. There have been factories that we know of have shut down because the cost of haulage was so high. We came across a factory which was producing, they were supposed to do cassava flour and mix it with the noodles. And the reason why they had to shut down the cassava plant was because the cost of bringing the cassava became so high that they were more expensive than the wheat flour. We know of other factories in Lagos. They wanted to process cassava to starch, but the cost of bringing cassava was so high that they had to shut down. So hence, our focus was always on the haulage sector, and we are already noticing it. Not my numbers, you can ask the Chinese OEMs. Nigeria currently is the largest market for CNG gas trucks. the number of gas trucks that are coming into this country is by far number one. The closest second is less than 50%. So obviously a lot of industry players have started focusing on that, and that's where the primarily demand is also coming in. So how we see it as industry participant is something very similar to what Dr. Obani said, that we have to make a portfolio of client base, whereby not necessarily every client would be paying the same price for the same commodity, but because as the scale goes up, it might be easier for the commodity seller to price gas for the diesel truck at a higher price and the price gas for the petrol vehicle or the converted petrol vehicle at a lower price, because the cost is being shared in a manner of speaking. Definitely in a straight silo, they don't work. And that's where we see that the majority of the demand, or the majority of the growth and the profitability of these investments will come from the haulage sector, whereby it will be quasi-subsidized by the alternate market, which is definitely the bigger common sector, so to speak.
Thank you, Sumit. Terry, my first question is, congratulations on you commissioned your CNG plant in Abuja last week. So building on that success, what advice would you offer to industry regulators in ensuring sustainability of the autogas rollout program in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much, Yetunde, and thank you, ALDG, for having me here. Before I talk about the advice to the regulators, let's talk about some few things that have been done properly. At Shafa Energy, we ventured into the natural gas space less than 15 months ago. So what you saw us commission a few days ago only started barely over a year ago. To get ourselves to that point, we had to work a lot with industry stakeholders. We partnered a lot with the regulators. And I must be honest, we enjoyed a lot of support because we were skeptical from the beginning whether there will be sufficient demand, whether there will be sufficient adoption of the product. So we really engaged and we got a lot of support. So I want to say thank you to the regulators for the support they gave us. They brokered lots of relationships for us and they guided us through the initial stages to get us where we are today. NNDPRA was very helpful. Other partners like NNPC were helpful as well. SON was helpful. Accessing duty waivers and IDEC was a lot easier. So these are all the support we enjoyed. So what the regulators need to do, they need to keep providing that support because this is a new product for most of us that have been in the downstream, and to put in the capital to make this investment, you really need to be sure of what you're doing. And the regulators should keep providing that support. Secondly, they need to give room for cost-based pricing. Many speakers here have talked about that because it is capital intensive, and you don't want whereby prices are regulated to a point where it disincentivizes investors. When you put in that capex and you make those investments, you want to be sure that the numbers are good to encourage you to expand those investments. So it is important. Today, the cost of CNG at most of the stations that are currently selling is not exactly cost reflective. So I think I understand that at the initial stages, this is very important to enhance the adoption of the product. But eventually, we would like some of this to ease out to allow a bit of demand and supply to drive the price of the product. And this will really help provide the incentive and the encouragement that investors would need to provide the assets to make the investment that is required to provide the infrastructure needed to further expand the adoption of this product. Thirdly, we've spoken about safety. Many speakers here talked about the need to ensure that the regulations are right, the policies are right. And today, based on what PCNGI is doing, based on what many other government agencies are doing, most of the commercial companies are getting access to kits for free. So there is no incentive for for quacks to get into the space, because people are not going to patronize quacks because they're able to get these kits for free. In the near future, I believe that this incentive will not continue, and when it doesn't continue, the incentive for quacks to come into the space might now then be created. And if you don't put in place the right structure to ensure that we drive conversion in the right way, we drive the installations to be done by professionals, then we are going to have a lot of safety risk, which could hamper the growth of the sector. So it is important, for example, to have test centers, because the cylinders we are installing today, in the next 5 years or 10 years, might be due for recertification, to be pressure tested and recertified. And if you don't have the facilities to do that, then there will be a key issue. So this is the time to ensure that regulators work with industry players to put in place these facilities and infrastructure that will ensure that things are done right going forward. They can also be work with industry players to ensure that conversions are verified. Again, because it is more or less being financed by government today, there's no incentive for quacks. But eventually, you want to be sure in the near future that you can verify whether a conversion that was done by a professional and whether it is safe enough for such a vehicle to be fueled at the retail station. Thirdly, the ease of getting approvals cannot be overemphasized. Because of our relationship with the regulators and most of the key government agencies, we had priority attention, right? That didn't mean that the process was super efficient. I think that there are some of the processes that can be streamlined to make them easier for would-be entrants into the market to get some of these approvals. For CNG add-on especially, anybody who has a station must have gone through some of the rigors as stipulated by the regulators. So some of those things that are being requested for those that are doing add-on are things that were perhaps already in place before the station license was issued in the first place. So I think it can be streamlined to make it a lot more efficient, and this will aid and encourage entrants into this space to put their capital and make these investments. Another key thing again is, especially for the MDGIF, providing access to players for funding. The MDGIF is there, and especially for industry players that have demonstrated capacity, have shown commitment to investing in this space, it will be very good to provide that funding required to aid these investments. No matter how deep your pockets are, it is not exactly very easy to keep doling out the cash making these investments. So if they can help to drive and ensure that industry players have access to these funds, it will greatly help and encourage investors. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Terry. That was quite deep. Moving on, I'm back to Iru this time. What's your assessment of Nigeria's journey in terms of adopting CNG so far? Where are we headed to? Where should we be headed to? What's missing?
Thank you very much. I think it's a good start that we have started. So every journey begins with a step. We made a few steps, but there's still a lot of work to be done. I'm sure if Auntie Audrey goes back maybe 5 years, probably sounds like deja vu, sitting at Energy, listening to her speak about the need to develop the gas infrastructure around the country and taking us to school. And, she's back on this stage, still speaking, critically about that. Like with everything else, it takes will. It takes will, it takes determination, it takes true and honest commitment. I don't think that the issues that will bring us to somewhere desirable where we would like to be as a gas nation, which we are, is so complex. I'm not saying that it's simple, but I'm also saying that it's not so complex that it's insurmountable. And private sector has put their money, their time, and their resources where their mouth is. They've also put their expertise and their professionalism as well, willing to partner with government. But he who comes to what's that saying? Who comes for equity must come with clean hands. So private sectors come with clean hands, but we're just half of the couple required to take us across. So as a new entrant, looking at the landscape of the market, for CNG as an auto fuel, I mean, no offense to PCNGI, please. We partner with you guys another way, so please don't, I also want us to be honest. Let's just be, just have a real frank conversation. It's saying that the truth of the matter is, Richmond did a poll. This is the second session I've attended where the MC did a poll, and the truth was, even those of us that are here talking about CNG, we didn't raise our hands, right? And there are a few things. So what that says is that if in this room, some of us are not extremely convinced, CNG has power. Yes, we're comfortable with that conversation. We want to take power to unreachable communities, our estates and things like that. But CNG as autogas, we know the value. But the truth is that the market has not come to terms with the value of what is required from a safety perspective and then from a cost perspective. So I have a gentleman in Port Harcourt he converted his personal car in Lagos, and he's so overwhelmed with the amount of savings. He's consuming maybe 7K a week using CNG compared to like when he was doing 40-something thousand naira a week using PMS. Now that guy is like an evangelist, let me put it that way. He was so wowed that he decided I'm going to set up my own fueling station, my conversion station and workshop and the fueling station. But guess what? He has no access to gas. So it's a pipe dream today for him. He's a converted soul on the value of CNG. But then in practical terms, he's in Lagos. He can find CNG to buy. In practical terms, he lives in Port Harcourt. So when his car that is converted is sitting in Lagos, when he's sitting in Port Harcourt living his day-to-day life, he's still spending 40-something thousand naira a week using PMS. So my point is that all the things that have been said, I hope there'll be a communique that comes out, not just a communique for us to publish it on the newspapers, but communique that has clear actions, that maybe yields working committees that actually have clear deliverables that they help to push, so that truly when we come back to assess next year, I can be saying, oh, guess what? I have my power gas is giving me gas now at an affordable price. I can begin to dip in the market in Port Harcourt, and expand to other parts of rivers, and NIPCO is also partnering and collaborating in this way that sort of opens up the market in a very big and broad way. And PCNGI, we now have fueling stations all over River State, at Trailer Park, in Eliozu, in Audley Road, in Transamadi, we have CNG fueling stations. And it's just that, everyone would see that truly progress and the journey is being made. Thank you.
Dr. Ubani, are you still there, please?
I'm here.
Okay, so my second question to you. How have you leveraged your company's key learnings from supplying gas and CNG to support captive power customers in area market in Aba to develop efficient business models in other locations?
That's a great question. Ariaria, again, was a child of necessity. We realized that just supplying gas to Dufil, as good as it was also a major point of risk. So, as I pointed out, we got into this business with no intention to do auto CNG. We were acutely aware that actually auto CNG is probably eventually going to represent maybe over 50% of the CNG consumption eventually. But that market needs to be built from ground up. And bear in mind that I told you that at the beginning, it's not commercially viable. So we focused on building power stations so that we can create market for our CNG mother station. And we were actively looking for people who will come to our mother station to buy CNG, just like Hiro was talking about. We were looking for people like her who want to focus in that area because it helps us achieve capacity for that station. But let me tell you the story of Ariara because it will answer a lot of questions and risks that people are going to encounter. When we decided to build Ariara, we partnered with Rural Electricity Agency. Ariara market for like 45 years had no electric pole in it, not to talk of power. So we got there and built that ecosystem from ground up. We got tremendous support from the Vice President's office. We got tremendous support from then DPR, now NMDPRA. And the encouragement was there with NEC. Everybody, government really stepped up and made sure we got all our licenses. Now we started feeding Ariara with CNG. And I want us to pay attention to this segment of this story. We realized that was a risk. So we went to SNG and insisted they hook us up to pipeline, and they kindly obliged. So we had a pipeline feeding Ariara, and we also had a doctor station there that can receive CNG. Three things happened to it was like a perfect storm. The road to Aba got so bad, we could not transport CNG from Port Harcourt to Aba. Then the gas outages started. So in less than 6 months, we had to shut down. And you ask yourself, after all this investment, just because some idiot is vandalizing the pipeline, and because the roads are not good, I can't even back up Ariara when there was a pipeline gas outage. So these risks have to be factored in. There are certain things beyond the control of the investor. Example, good roads. It's not the typical player in this value chain that's going to fix roads. Gas outages, beyond the control of the producer, government is also doing a lot to mitigate that. Now, what are the things that the investor can do? One of the things we have started doing is to now go ahead and build multiple mother stations. We're now building one in Owaza, there'll be one in Uyo. We're looking at one in Bayelsa. We've secured the gas agreement, and very soon we'll do one in Obibo. What does that give us? It gives us that multiple redundancy. And it's not only us that it will give this multiple redundancy. It will also give that redundancy to everyone else that will come to take gas from us. If Hero was picking up gas from Port Harcourt and there's gas outage in Port Harcourt, she can go to Obibo, she can go to Awaza, she can go to Uyo. So those are things that need to happen. In terms of focus, the investor too has to decide, like she was correctly pointing out, this area is my focus. I have to collaborate with everyone else in the value chain to make sure that gas gets from point A to point B, and everyone in that value chain is happy. The minute one leg of that value chain is not happy, the whole chain breaks down. It's very important for all of us in this room to get that. One company cannot service the entire value chain and expect things to stay normal. It's not going to happen. So it's very important that we build these redundancies. It's very important that we also collaborate and build this market. Now, there are mechanisms, there are levers government can pull in terms of de-risking this process. Let me use an example of what we did in Arere. We decided to put a small daughter station there. And we now said, okay, normally we sell CNG for this price, but we'll convert your vehicle for free, or your keke as the case may be. But we are going to add 50 naira, 100 naira until we recover the cost of that kit. What does that do for us? It makes sure that the guy is not spending money out of his pocket, so he will get the correct kit. I know AY Shafa was alluding to it. It's a very legitimate concern. It's important that the end user, especially the public, that they get the correct kit, that they are not encouraged to look for substandard kits that are cheaper. We can backward integrate and recover that money. Government can put up that upfront money, make sure the correct kits are being installed for safety and also for proper standards. So there are very creative things the government and the industry can do to de-risk this, and it's probably a conversation for another day. Let me also use this opportunity to thank ALDG for bringing everybody, all the problems we are talking about can be solved by people in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ubani. Terry, back to you. What are the challenges in terms of logistics, costs, scalability implications of virtual gas delivery for the transport sector compared to conventional pipeline delivery?
Okay, thank you. Just to share a bit of my experience this past few weeks. Before we streamed our station, I went on the streets and I spoke to the average taxi guys. And I got some very interesting feedback. One of them told me that as an e-hailing cab operator, people think that they are foolish to spend 5 hours on the queue and then walk for only 3 hours. According to him, he said that what they make in 3 hours using CNG is much more than what they make if they had worked the entire 8 hours using PMS. It's interesting to know that currently in Abuja today, where we have our station, WhatsApp groups have been formed for virtually every station. And if you go there, you get very interesting feedbacks. It's so bad that today, the users of CNG have to track the CNG trucks from the outskirts of town to wherever it is going to ensure they are going to get CNG to buy. And then they queue for hours to buy. So what I've just said now underscores the importance of virtual pipeline. It underscores the importance of logistics in the whole scheme of things. Some have said to me that, look, it's not just about opening a station. Are you going to have the gas? Are you going to have the right pressure? We don't want to hear stories. Don't make us feel excited, and then we go there tomorrow, and then you don't have gas. So we have to rethink. At the beginning, we were worried about the demand. But we are happy and we are grateful to PCNGI for what they've done, which has made demand to grow exponentially, especially in the Abuja area. We now have to look back that, look, it's not just about the station. The logistics are the key thing. To ensure that we have gas available at all times is one of the most important factors that determine how successful we'll be. Pipelines are the best option, but as of today, until the AKK is completed, there might not be another alternative other than to keep doing what we are doing and to ensure we do it well. But like I said from the beginning, I thought that perhaps maybe 2 or 3 cascades would be enough to service one station. And in all our plans, we're looking at having at least 2 cascades to a station to turn them around. But I realized that even 3 wouldn't be enough. 3 wouldn't be enough. It's interesting to know that to ensure we have reliable supply at our station, we have to commit as much as 6 cascades. That is a lot of money. If you check the cost of a cascade, you see what it is. So one big challenge, and I can't emphasize this enough, is that unless we get support in terms of access to funding, and I'm talking about funding from the commercial banks, I'm talking about funding from government. We are contributors to the MDGIF, and so we should also maybe enjoy some priority in accessing this because we know how much value we can deliver to the society should we have access to this fund and scale up our investments. So these are the main challenges. Being able to invest in these virtual pipelines to ensure efficient delivery. Funding them is a major challenge, which as of today we are doing this solo, but we are hoping that we'll get that support. And eventually, when the pipelines come on stream, it will ease the pressure also on the roads and make it easier for the end users to access this gas. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Tosin, how is the PCNGI ensuring inclusivity and sustainability in the value chain to ensure that everyone is carried along, the gas suppliers and the man using the gas?
Thank you. I'd just like to say it's good to hear the stories that both Stars Gas and Chef have said, and as well as total support in that they've received a lot of support, a lot of encouragement, and from the regulators in particular. That's really, really good to hear, and long may it continue. PCNGI's door is always open. Essentially, we are here as an enabler. So we're not a regulator, we're not a player, we're just here to help everyone navigate the rigors of setting up their companies, their businesses in this new ecosystem. How are we doing that? With a number of ways. We started off this journey about a year ago with a mass sensitization drive across the nation to showcase, to educate, to allay fears, to just help stimulate that demand. I think we've been fairly successful in that. We do have a lot more to do because there's still a lot of apprehensions. Incidentally, I'd like to know, for those who raised their hands or didn't raise their hands earlier, what are the reasons that you're not looking to convert your vehicle? Is it safety? Or is it lack of, you don't have the time to queue up for the petrol? For CNG, did I say petrol? Gosh. Okay, is it safety? So, lack of access. So safety, I think, I'd like to say it here, and I think we just need to keep hammering the point. CNG is safe, and why is it safe? It is far safer than your petrol vehicles. As you're driving your car, you're sitting on your petrol tank. We don't like to use this, but we often say, how many car accidents do we see daily on our streets, or tanker explosions? When I say tanker, petrol tanker explosions. And how many lives are lost? And these are with the admittedly there are far more petrol vehicles and tankers on the roads than CNG. But in CNG, we've had very, very, very few in Nigeria, or even globally. And as I say, touch wood. CNG equipment is intrinsically safe. It's designed, the cylinders, the equipment, they're designed, and essentially they're done by proper, either factory fitted or proper conversion technicians and conversion centers. They're done to the highest standards and very highly regulated. We work closely in conjunction with the Standards Organization of Nigeria. In fact, they've been probably the biggest hindrance to us rolling out faster because they're so much about the safety, as is NMDPRA. And that's a good thing. It's a necessary pain to take. So please be rest assured, it is safer. Yes, it's a tank. It is not LPG. I think there's this perception that it's your cooking gas. It is not. It is compressed natural gas, not petroleum gas. So even in the unlikely event that there is an escape of the gas, it dissipates so much faster. It's lighter than air. It just escapes faster. That notwithstanding, we shouldn't downplay, the fact any hydrocarbon is, must be treated with the utmost respect, and that is what we do. So safety is paramount, and safety is key, and CNG is safe. Going back to the question, sorry, I deviated slightly. How do we ensure, what was it, just inclusion? So it's important that, we try to ensure that everyone is carried along. Every Nigerian gets to benefit from this abundant natural resource that we have. And that is from our young people, like, we've got this CNG Universities program, so we're ensuring that they can benefit from it, even though they're not taxpayers, they let them also benefit from it. So we've got this in conjunction with the MDGIF, and I think that is a good thing. We also have the issue of CNG is not easily available all over the country. The pipeline at the moment stops at Ajaokuta, and we've got this whole swathe of this country that is hard to reach if you haven't invested in the LNG or the LCNG sector at significant cost. So it's great that the likes of, like today we're launching in Yola. That is a fantastic thing that is being done. So we're able to reach areas of the country that would hitherto not have been able to reach and enjoy CNG. Yes, it's slightly more expensive over there than it is in the places near to the pipeline, but that is a factor of, I think you'd find that it's the same with PMS, for example. So we want to make sure it's accessible to everyone, and not just in the city centers, in the rural areas as well. So it is to work in conjunction with all the different potential possible agencies out there, agricultural, agricultural, as well as things like the army, schools, anyone that can come in, we're here to support. Now, everybody can come in. What PSCNG is here is to help you navigate. You want to play in this space, how can you do it? Come to see us. We can help you guide, navigate that arena. I was going to say something, I've just gone blank. But essentially, we're working with other partners as well to develop things like the LCNG plants to help push this to other parts of the nation, the far northeast, for example, northwest, the southeast. And that is important. It's critical because we need to all do this together. We don't want any part of the nation to be left behind or to feel that they've been left behind. So we're working very hard, and I'm sure we can do more. We're here to listen. We're here to hear you out, but like I said, our doors are always open, and please use us as you will.
Thank you, Tosin.
So with your permission, there are a lot of statements have been made, and the mood in the room's getting a little dimmer and dimmer. So let me just pump you guys up a bit. So on the safety bit, right? All of us, all the players are very, very cautious on what is the communication going out there when it comes to the safety of especially CNG. Let me not cite scientific examples. Let's cite what has happened in Nigeria. There was once an accident in Abuja. There was a big blast. Everybody said it was a gas tanker CNG truck which bursted out. When people went onto the site, PICNG was there. It was actually the vehicle in front, which was a petrol vehicle, which had blasted. Obviously, the blast caused the truck to do whatever, catch fire. Everything burned down. The CNG cylinders were still intact. There has been similarly an accident in the southwest, whereby a truck hit a car. The car caught fire. The fire came into the truck burned down. The 8 cylinders on the truck were still intact. We have been so used to the petrol tankers catching fire. There's Ibadan Expressway, our own experience, I can use my own name. Our skid was parked in a traffic of 1 kilometer, petrol tanker caught fire, burned 200 cars on the line. Our skid was there. Truck burned down, tires burned down, our skid was as is. As he said, if the temperature rises, the gas goes out, did not catch fire. Did we know about it? Of course, we knew it scientifically, but it happened. So, not that I'm saying go and shoot a bullet on the CNG skids, but that's the safety level of the steel cylinders that we use in this. And that's where comes the second leg of it, on compliance. So one of the reasons, I can speak again, a lot of statements made, right? One of the reasons why we as Power Gas, we are not very openly going into the commercial space for refueling is because we're waiting for you to guide us on what stamp or what QR code will every car have, so that every refueler can scan that, know that it is genuine, done by a pre-approved vendor, and that's how it does up. And I believe that the PICNG team is already working on it, and that's where we're working on. Gas availability. mate, gas is available in this country as long as you're willing to pay for it. Right? That's where the same argument that we used to use about the dollar. Oh, the dollar is not available, dollar's not. The dollar was always available as long as we were willing to pay for it the right price. Same is the case with gas. The only reason why you now have to not buy 3 skids but 6 skids to bring the gas is because you want to get the best price CNG so that you can buy and then sell it at the price that the customers are willing to pay. And I believe because it's an early stage of the sector is growing, it will adopt, it will grow organically, and we will find our sweet spot and landing. And that this is where we are in an early phase of the development on the sector, where the likes of PICNG, the NMDPR, the industrial players, everybody's doing their bit, and we are doing how it is supposed to be. Last but not the least, on the funding side and how we can collaborate more. We ended up buying all our trucks in the last 3 years because our fleet was getting old. We went around asking everybody, can you please buy our trucks? Trucking is not our business. And we were the whole sector, this is post-COVID time, everybody was lacking funding availability, right? We ended up buying more than 100 trucks our own balance sheet. Did we use our own money? No, we did not. There were financiers available. So one thing that we have noticed in Nigeria, right? Put your pound of flesh on the table. Show that a project is workable. In Nigeria, seeing is believing. Have that proof of concept. There'll be lines of debt providers who would do that. Madam Audrey is here. When they started, 25, 28 years ago. It was the same case. How Power Gas started is the same case. So it is about, Greenville is a perfect example. Such a big investment. Nobody believed it would happen. But eventually a domestic LNG project happened. And then the line of financiers came in. So funding is available. It was on the previous panel also. A lot of people said a lot of private equity, a lot of private capital, a lot of debt providers, local currency denominated funding. All of that is available and people are willing to invest. But they need proof. We can't have on day one a great business plan. This is not startup. This is not a startup space. This is infrastructure. We need to acknowledge it. We need to have that sense of seriousness in it as well, and that's how we just need to keep on evolving. It will take time for the scalability and the consolidation to come into play, but then it's just like the power sector. We are looking at pockets of off-grid power generations. So will happen in the space of CNG distribution as well. You might not find in Abuja which would have 20 CNG stations at one location. Just doesn't make sense. And then all of us have to work together on how we have that expanded distribution and a fleet of stations and so on and so forth. And I believe the market has started. It's taking its sweet merry time because the the business models are not making sense right now. But it's growing, and specifically the support from the haulage sector where we're replacing diesel would provide that critical mass which would push us over the line so that we make those decisions on investments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have come to the end of the session, but I'll request, final parting words from each of the discussants in 1 minute each, please.
Thank you. I thought it was in one word. I was going to say collaborate, but I think I'll just say, well done to all the panelists, because we've spoken some truths, which is what always dying to hear, where it's just the reality. And I'm really looking forward to collaborating with Power Gas, working with AY Shafa. In fact, we used to have conversations about how this would come to pass. So seeing it come to pass, I'm really, really excited for them. And then, of course, PCNG, I am going to be taking you up because the South-South needs your attention, and we need to see how we deepen the penetration of CNG as an auto in the rivers environs. Thank you.
I want to latch on to what she said. We've had conversations, and we are where we are today because we collaborated. We worked with virtually everyone who was willing to provide support to us, and we'll keep doing that, right? If you've got a model station somewhere where we can take gas from, we're happy to do that, provided the price is competitive. But we'll keep doing our best. We've lined up a long chain of investments that we're going to be executing over the next couple of months. And we are sure that in at least 24 months from now, we should have a lot of stations out there to provide access for any customer and we are going to spread it across the country where it makes economic sense. And we are committed to doing that, and you should expect a lot more from us. Thank you.
It seems the key word here is collaboration. I think it's the theme, clearly. I'd like to just quickly say one thing we are collaborating on as PICNG. We're collaborating with other state agencies to bring about the National Gas Vehicle Monitoring System, NGVMS. So we're working together with NADDC, the Federal Road Safety Commission, SON, and the NMDPRA, so that the whole system is properly regulated for safety and compliance, so that every conversion kit, and I've sat down and done this myself, every conversion kit coming in is properly coded. The component, not just the kits, the components of the kit are coded, so that when we allocate a kit to a vehicle, it is matched to the vehicle owner's NIN and BVN. It is then matched to the conversion center, so that you can trace all the way. If a car turns up at a gas station to gas, you'll be able to scan. We're not there yet, but we'll be able to scan and trace this vehicle was converted on so-and-so date at so-and-so place. Its cylinder is due for inspection on so-and-so date or not. Therefore, you can gas, you cannot gas. It's all about technology. It's all about proper data. But just to let you know that we are working very seriously on safety and regulation for for the safety of this, because it is key. So we're collaborating at the state level, but we'll continue to collaborate with all our partners sat around the table and in the room. And please, let's keep talking. Any concerns, reach out to us. We have like 5 of my team members are here. Let's hear from you. Let's keep talking.
I think I spoke a little too much on the last time, but gas is here to stay. We've been speaking about CNG as an autogas, as a fuel of choice for a long time. And I use an example every time that if a country like India or Pakistan can do it, who don't even have their own gas reserves, not to the capacity that we have here in this country, it's a no-brainer why we're not using it as a fuel of choice. And because this particular session was more focused on the auto gas side, fair enough, but similarly, the off-grid power, taking gas available to where it is required, and I believe in the previous panel also we said gas is just a fuel. What we need at the end of the day is energy. So how we can use gas as a fuel of choice to generate that energy in these wherever it is required, that's the problem we need to solve. And I believe all of us are doing that. All of us are contributing towards that aspect in one way or the other. The most recent one was the deregulation of the electricity sector. And now we're working on so many projects where different states have their own power generation companies, and they're trying to have their own distribution infrastructure, and the gas is not available, but they're running it. Ekiti has been running on CNG for the last 1 year. So that's the direction that we're all heading in. Gas is here to stay, and I hope you all see us again, but hopefully discussing on something that we have progressed on, not the same subjects every year. Thank you.
Dr. Obani, your own parting words, key learnings, key takeaways, please.
Thank you very much. I have just one message for PCNGI and probably through PCNGI to the presidency. It's very clear to some of us that the way to really unlock this market, and I know the financial experts in the House today will fully understand what I'm about to point at. We need the presidency from that level to engage all the local governments, because once we make the LGA bankable in terms of delivering energy, which is power and fuel, to the LGA levels, we will create such a massive market that will be bankable. Because if an LGA is going to buy power, it will buy fuel, it will get conversion kits, and it can back it up with some form of ISP or some type of guarantee, and they will turn around and leverage on that to probably make money on the bulk money they spend. Vigian is offering to PCNGI to do like a 2-day workshop, or even 3 days if it's necessary, to drill this point home, because if we want to unlock this market, is the only way to go. If we do not, we are going to end up with pockets of CNG around Abuja, Lagos, and Port Harcourt. And that is not in our interest. It will limit the market. And by extension of what I have just said, it is clear that LNG production domestic will need to go up, because that's the only way we can deliver gas to every nook and cranny of this country. Greenville understands fully well what I'm talking about. CNG, at best, you probably want to do less than 200 kilometers from the gas source. LNG distance is no longer a problem. And you can easily go from LNG to CNG wherever you drop it off. Now, I'm not running CNG down. Every country still uses CNG, but Nigeria is a big country. And if we want to get gas to everywhere, as we want to within the next 24, 30 months, we have to pay serious attention to LNG. But my focal message is, please, presidency through PCNGI, we need to engage with the LGA at that level so that we can get gas to every LGA in this country. It is doable. And all of us in this room know that it is doable. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Yetunde. Yetunde, well, I have just been informed that one or two persons would like to ask a question to your panel. We want to indulge them. Can I see those hands go up? Yes, please bring the mic. There are two gentlemen there to my right. This way. Keep your hand up, please, the two of you. So I'll just take... Can I appeal? Don't bother thanking them. I will do that on your behalf. Just tell us your name, your affiliation, your question. Tell us who you're addressing your question to on the panel. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ibrahim Umar. My own question goes to the PCNG and the power gas. My own is the PCNG is, I would say that the awareness they are giving out in terms of penetrating gas in the north entirely, both the three zones, northeast, northwest, and north central, is a little bit less. Because the power gas have touched my mind. I stayed in Karo site. That trucks that was able to get accidents and fire burst out, we went there. The kits are intact. But the information that is going out, especially in the north, is that CNG do explode at any time, so run away from it. While is the solution to the power or the energy to power a vehicle in the entire country? It's cheaper, cleaner, and easy. So is there any policy that the PCNG put on ground in that sensitization and awareness, most especially in the north?
Thank you very much. To the next person to his left. There's a gentleman behind him to the left. Okay.
Good afternoon, panel. So there's something Dr. Obani mentioned, but of which most the responsibility...
Your name, sir, your affiliation will be fine.
Sorry, please.
No problem.
I'm Umar Hijo.
Okay.
Yes. The responsibility generally lies on PCNG team, of which they didn't answer. The first one is how do we cover the cost of conversion? That's number one. So now the second issue is transporting the gas. Dr. Obani laid it out that going by the traditional means of transmission, it's extraordinarily costly and it will take over 50 years before we could see anything tangible. So the option is virtual. So virtual, coming to virtual now. You see, between...
Please land your second question, okay, so I can take some more.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Between 3 to 5 years earlier, a generation plant was set up in Mobi, Adamawa State. So now, taking the gas to Mobi from Port Harcourt is impossible Why? Because of the activities of IPOP in Aba. So now, I don't know of recent, but previously I know that there is no mother station in Calabar. So how are we addressing this issue?
All right, thank you.
Thank
Tosin, please keep those things in mind. I'm going to come back to you. There's a lady who has a question this way to my left. Can I get the mic to her?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Engineer Krista Belikocha. I'm from Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. Asked 3 questions, but I think 2 have been asked. One was on awareness creation, because the news out there is just negative, to be sincere. I think in Abuja here we had one. There was a gas explosion under the Cairo Bridge, and it was a CNG gas explosion. So when this news come out, people are already discouraged to convert your cars to CNG. Then how are we handling it with the media? Because you need to partner with the media to be sure that the news doling out are positive. Then on the issue of security, he has spoken on it. So the last question I want to talk about was on technology. Okay, now in the use of LPG, we already have something like gas leak detectors that you can check when you have leakages in your gas and all that. For CNG, is there any technology, safety technology that can be attached to a CNG, maybe tank or the storage facility, to boost this confidence in people, especially the demand aspect of it, that can even increase our urge to buy or convert our cars to CNGs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll come back to you, panel. Tosin. Sorry, Tosin, before you answer, her last question on technology and innovation. You are already doing the business, Tehima, right? Yourself and Powergas, if you can give us your take on those 2, that would be nice. But Tosin, please. Tosin, yes.
Okay, I'll answer, I think, Ibrahim's question first. Thank you for that. Yes, sensitization is key. We didn't think we'd done enough. We know we have not done enough. But we're doing more. And engaging with people at forums like this, out in the streets, at the universities, on the radios, on TV, it's what we have to do, and we all have to be CNG evangelists. Those of us who know can then go and tell the next person, and the next person, and the next person. One of the best ways of doing that is by going around, converting your car, and practicing what you preach. And that's what we try to do at PCNGI. But yes, to get to, in parts of the north, we accept that we need to do more, and we're actually going, I believe we're going later this month, I think it's to Zaria and to Kaduna to do some more sensitization, and we will do more and continue to do more. Launching in Yola today, for example, is another big step in that. It will help drive that. And we're working with our partners, particularly those who are investing in CNG and LNG in the north. Companies like Rolling Energy, for example, Shafa as well, Greenville, they can also help us through their own channels, working together, working with the good and sensible and responsible media houses to help push this. So I implore everyone, you've been here, you've heard, I hope I've been able to convince you if you were doubting a little bit earlier, but please go out there and help us preach this gospel. The second, Umar's question was to do with, what was the second question?
No, security, pretty much. Security of
supply.
Source,
okay, to be able
yes.
to supply.
Security of source.
Yeah, to the north. Yes, yes, it's a challenge. The country is huge. We've got poor road networks, and it's a challenge. So, taking things like taking LNG, for example, to parts of the north is key to that. So that if you have an industry, if you need power, if you need gas to power your industry, you can now access it from the likes of Greenville or from some of those who are setting up in these parts. So by taking LNG, that's the beauty of the technology that we have and is adopting all the time. So LNG, LCNG plants, RLNG, these can help get there. It brings the cost. It's not insignificant, but it brings it significantly down and gives you that peace of mind that you don't have to go through the challenges of some of the agitators in the South, for example.
All right, thank you very much. Can I just, in 1 minute each, Tehima and Power Gas. Tehima, let me begin with you. On technology, the last question.
Again, just to correct the information, right? The explosion that happened at Karu Bridge, under the bridge, was not a gas explosion. Like
Sumit
has said, that after the fire, all the CNG installation were intact. The tanks were intact and nothing was wrong with them. So I think that maybe perhaps the communication needs to be properly put out there to ensure that people get the right information. And again, the onus rests on PCNGI to do a lot more. In terms of the safety of the conversion, CNG is lighter than air. It's less heavier than air, which means in the event of any leakage, it goes up. So in large installations, like in the model stations, maybe in the daughter stations like the ones we operate, you need gas leak detectors because the likelihood of larger quantity of leakage exists in those places in the event of a failure of containment. But in cars, the quantity you are storing is less. The likelihood of leakage is low, provided the installation was done properly by professionals. So you might not necessarily need to have a gas leak detector in the system. It could be installed, but that might just amount to additional cost, which might not necessarily be relevant. But the installations, if done properly, it's safe and even safer than the current white fuels that we use. Thank you.
Sumit.
So on the CNG side, on the plant side, he's already ordered the questions, right? So usually there are something called slam shut valves and so on and so forth. So the only way to stop a fire in CNG or gas is to stop the supply of gas, because it's very difficult to shut the gas supply down. But again, I'll give you a very simple example. You know, I'm sorry, but everybody has seen a cigarette lighter. There is fire at the end of it. Does the fire go back inside the fuel? It doesn't. So in the event, let's say a CNG cylinder does get a catch a fire, the gas which is coming out of it would be just a lighter. The fire will not go inside the cylinder and blast it. If that, everybody understands that as a single, a simpler version of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give them, yes, a round of applause. Thank you very much. Please indulge me for a few minutes. Let me welcome the Executive Secretary of the Association for the closing comments before I announce launch. Let's welcome Adeojo Ogiri. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he brings us to a close.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I believe you all agree with me that we've had an interesting day so far. And just before I give the closing remarks, just to thank each and every one of us for staying the course. I was thinking by now a couple of people would have run away, but good to see that we still have the hall quite full. So distinguished speakers, industry leaders, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, and please permit me to stand on the existing protocol, considering how far time has gone. On behalf of the Association of Local Distributors of Gas, I extend our deepest gratitude to each of you for participating in the maiden edition of the ALDG Business Forum. And just to let you know that this will be now a regular event where every year we will assemble such a quality of speakers to come to discuss and to rub minds together. You also agree with me that today has been more than just an event. It's been a milestone, a moment where the future of Nigeria's gas distribution sector was not only discussed, but collectively envisioned. From thought-provoking keynotes, which we had earlier in the morning, to insightful panel discussions like the two we've just had, and the energy of shared purpose in the networking sessions and the questions which have been asked. It is clear that our industry is entering a new era, one that is defined by collaboration, which I have consistently heard throughout today, and I was beginning to think perhaps maybe the theme should have been collaboration, and as well as innovation. Our mission at ALDG has always been simple yet profound: to strengthen the natural gas distribution value chain, to advocate for policy development that improves the business environment for gas distributors, and overall drive the utilization and distribution of natural gas to the last mile, Today's conversations have reinforced that this mission is not only necessary, but very urgent. To our distinguished speakers and panelists, thank you for sharing your knowledge, your real-world experience, and your time. To our sponsors and partners, we thank you for believing in the vision. And to every participant here today, your engagement, your questions, and especially your presence have made this forum truly meaningful. As we close, let me leave us all with a call to action. The forum may be ending, but the work is just beginning, especially as we talk about collaboration. In my mind, I kind of dimensioned it. We need more association to association collaboration. The president of NLCGA and VGen have talked about that. We need to deepen the collaboration between industry and government stakeholders, which we've already started. We need to even deepen the collaboration amongst industry players, which Madam Audrey and a few people, Euro, have consistently highlighted. And we need to even deepen more the collaboration between the industry and the larger society, the media, the various groups promoting gas as an alternative fuel to driving our industrialization. So I would end by saying let us take today's insights forward. Let us build stronger partnerships as we collaborate. Let us hold ourselves to higher standards, and above all, ensure that gas, which we have been truly blessed with abundantly in this nation, reaches all Nigerians safely, efficiently, and affordably. Thank you once again for joining us. May we return to our various endeavors with renewed clarity and commitment. Have a safe journey for those traveling from out of town, and may the road ahead be paved with progress. Thank you all.
Okay, so he's also wanted me to join this thank you to his thank yous, which is to our supporters and sponsors, Axela, SNG, Falcon, Tetraco, Entech Power, Power Gas, Gas Hub, Gasco Marine, Unite, Highland LNG Limited, A4E Energy, PTDF, and the ICT partner Layer 3. Can we give all of them, please, a resounding applause? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chairman, sir, can you please join them in a family photo as we bring this to a close? Thank you again, panelists. We're done for today. We will be doing the lunch, just the way we did the tea and coffee earlier. Please go ahead. Just the way we did the tea and coffee earlier. See you again next time when the association calls out for a forum. Richmond Osuji is my name. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.